30. So 184.30 is the low of the pre-market there. And then towards the bottom, again, highs and lows doing a great job. Previous day close, covering a lot of the major areas where you're seeing a lot of this. Like if you look at this previous day close, look how much resistance, how much support you're getting here. And if you look at the highs and lows, same thing. They're hitting right on these targets. These levels here are from just the last two trading days. These red lines you're seeing here are from the last two trading days, and they're covering a lot of the areas where we had some levels, some support or resistance in the past, right? So you're pretty much set there towards the bottom, doing a great job. Towards the top, in case we continue, next significant level is going to be 190. This area here, this entire resistance area, right, is covered right now by the high from yesterday and the pre-market high right now. So all that there, you can see how much struggles we have getting above that, and that is where we're rejecting right now in the pre-market. So above that 190.30, and then towards the top here another area 193.44. All right, that is my list. Usual suspects. Yeah, I could. Oh yeah, MLTX came back up. Yeah, look at the nice move on MLTX. Definitely in play. I have it on my secondary list. I don't know how well it's going to trade, but we'll keep an eye on it. But I will probably look at Nvidia and Tesla. We could do levels for this quickly because they're stuck between the highs and lows of the last two trading days anyway, so it'll be easy to get the levels in. For Nvidia, for example, the high of the pre-market 190.28, and then we'll do 189.26 right now. Let's see if we can hold on to that as it's struggling here. And then if you look at the bigger picture, highs and lows for the last two trading days, pretty much got all this. Look at the daily on, by the way. It's just been stuck. Like it's just been on this back and forth here for Nvidia. No breakout one way or the other. So let's see where it goes here. Towards the bottom below of the previous day close, right here might be a good one, 188.09. So we'll mark that as well. And then Tesla, man, Tesla. Continues to sell off, guys. More sell off going for Tesla here. We're down almost 1%. 426.76 is the low. Highs and lows covering the last couple of levels here, so don't really need to add anything there. If we look towards the bottom, we're going to go to the left here, November time frame. Let's see where we at. Good level there, 423. And then 420. I'm going to mark down 420 because people think that Tesla's going to 420. So I am going to mark down 420. Yeah, I am going to actually go in here, configure, and we're going to write in 420 because I want it to be on the dot. There it is, 420. And let's see what Tesla does here. So I'll add NVIDIA and Tesla to the list, and let's see where it goes from there. All right, Peter, what is our team watching today? Maybe we can get some ideas from that as well.
Well, a lot of stuff we've already talked about cropping up in the list. Jared's going to be watching ONDS. He's going to be watching Tesla, AMD, and APLD. And of course, we know he's watching BE because he already took a short in it. Megan is watching AMD. Eamon is going to be watching Coin and Rivian for some potential longs. I've got my usual suspects. I also added Bloom Energy, BE, and MLTX. I don't normally put biotechs on my list, so it's a rare day, but we'll see what happens. I like the volume. I like the news. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to do anything, but I'm keeping an open mind. Brian is going to be watching Tesla, Nvidia, and BE. Andrew's got Google, BE. Everybody's got Bloom Energy today. PLTR, Nvidia, and Tesla. Gary's watching APLD, Nvidia, and Tesla. And Phil's in with his list watching Google, Nvidia, Tesla, BE, and SanDisk. So, yeah, I think there's a couple of other ones on there, Carlos. APLD, maybe. I don't know. You just don't know what's going to move. Again, so far this year, we've seen some interesting new candidates, and I like it. I like I like having some new tickers to play with, so it's always good to have new toys. Let's see where things go.
All right, friends. With that, less than 6 minutes to the market open. We'll leave you guys in chat. Take care, trade safe, and we'll see you guys a little bit later.
Trade smart.
All right, everybody. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
All right. Good morning, everybody.
I gotta use it. All right.
Good morning.
Well, shout out to my buddy Thor. I guess he's at New Jersey Airport or something, but he mentioned natural gas on Monday, and I looked at it. I took a long on it, and man, it was an incredible swing trade. It got so oversold. And Tesla's bouncing all of a sudden here. Who mentioned there was a news article this morning about Ford, also 2028, they're going to have their own self-driving system.
Everybody wants to do self-driving these days.
Everybody wants to be self-driving. The CES show, the Consumer Electronics Show, was obviously featuring a lot of robots this year. Not surprising. That Boston Dynamics, the robots they make are unreal. Yeah, like their whole bodies just like flip around 180 degrees if they want to go the other way. I'd like to see the Boston Dynamics robot go up against the Russian one.
Actually, we did.
APLD, I hadn't looked at that. It's not on the scanner. Jason. Yeah, Nvidia's just went red. They popped in Tesla up too. Now it's selling off again. I'm still short some 420 calls, or puts, I should say, and long puts. What do we got here? A few minutes to the open, 1 minute to the open.
1 minute to the open, guys. Yes.
All right. I'm watching Tesla. Nvidia, I like Nvidia for a short, maybe. Not crazy about the book.
For the shorts. What's PE doing? Bloom Energy is blooming.
It's dropping, though. It's back down at the VWAP. All right, here we go. Ding, 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 ding.
Nvidia, you said you wanted short, huh?
I am not. I didn't like the book that much on it. Didn't really look like
Bloom Energy, not a lot of volume yet. Nvidia has ordered at 192. Big order. 191.
Oh, here we go. Tesla. I'm going to cover some of my short, the puts I have. Big order at 425 right now. Oh, boom.
Train Tesla.
Yeah. Just covering. We're down at S6 right now. I think we're going to bounce back.
Bloom Energy. I gotta get along on BL 123. BE. I'm getting
Wow.
along on BE. BE popped up. Be careful of your share size. This one is really jumpy.
What's this? What's the spread like on it? Because it wasn't.
It's pretty bad. 60 cents.
Yeah.
So be careful of your share size. I got only 3,000 shares. See if you can go a little bit higher. Yeah, the levels on it not really super great. $123. See if you can set all-time high. No. It's not super nice. NVIDIA looks like it wants to go back up. Yeah, the market level 2 is really not great on it. It's kind of, anything is kind of weird. What's Google doing? Google sold off, huh? NVIDIA. You have some orders at 195, 192. Let's see if BE wants to go to 125. Maybe we sell 500 shares up there.
APLD going.
It's 100 shares.
Oh yeah, nice pop on APLD. Wow, look at Tesla come back. Glad I got out of that at S6.
Tesla S6. Google sold off. Oh, Tesla is interesting. I'm gonna get some long on TSLL 1737. Let me get some TSLL. See if we can break the toward 432.
Wow, NVIDIA is still weak, eh?
Yeah, NVIDIA doesn't want to do anything, huh?
NVIDIA's got a big order at 188. Qs are really selling off. Wow.
This BE, I have orders at BE to get to C, but possibly to 125. It's not the greatest price action.
How's what looking?
I'm adding a little bit more on TSLL. Okay, BE is popping up. I got filled 125, 125.50. I have orders. Then 126 maybe. Yeah, okay, there you go. So got some filled over there.
I'm long some APLD because of Nate.
Let's see if you can get to
Thank you.
126.
Let's see what if we can get through 34 again.
have some orders on.
Qs, maybe Qs are going to bounce here. Yeah, here we go. There we go. I'll sell some here, 34.20. BE's going too, eh?
Yeah, B's. I have ordered at 127, 127.50. I'm still in TSLL. Tesla as long as it's above the VWAP, maybe a 5-minute open range breakout. Let's see. Long BE at 123.50. TSLL at 17.30. But Tesla doesn't look great.
I'm just going to sell some more. 34.70 on APDL. PLD, I should say. APLD. Going to 35.
Wow, APLD is really amazing. Is it up right now?
I know.
Why am I not in there? That's great volume too.
Yeah, look at it. Yeah. Nate's in the money, obviously. Oh, there we go. 35, selling more.
Wow, nice. SPY is coming to a high today.
Pretty much out of APLD. That was S6. I should say R6.
Wow, APLD is really nice on the daily chart.
Yeah, had a nice move.
What a good volume. Wow, how come I missed it on the watch list?
Now, the only reason I looked at it because Nate mentioned it. Shout out to Nate.
Our Nate or someone else Nate?
Power of the community, man. This is why we have a community. Wow. Look at nice. Took the 32 calls. I would imagine those calls probably aren't really that liquid. Might have been a bit of a spread on them, but it worked out for sure. Well, spread's not that bad. 20 cents. Yeah.
Oh, B is acting weird.
Yeah, I see Tesla above the VWAP. I don't really trust it. After that, yesterday it took my money. Today I took some back.
All right, so let's see.
Who was it? Alphabet surpassed the valuation of Apple yesterday.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, 3.8 million. Yeah, trading terminals has it.
yeah.
NVIDIA 4.6, Google 3.8.
And it's even blowing further past there now. Wow, Rocket Labs blasting off. Sorry about the pun.
Right, B is going to 127.
Man.
This TSLL hasn't done anything yet. I might get out of this Tesla because it doesn't seem that it wants to go. B is 127. Order some at 127. 127.50. Ah, Tesla, come on, Tesla. Tesla looks like it's holding the VWAP. All right, there you go. So BE. Now we're gonna put some 100 shares at 128. What's the Tesla? Yeah, Atlas is really bearish now. All right, I'm gonna stop out on TSLL at 17.15. I'm gonna stop out on the TSLL.
Did you took it long?
Yeah, I was trying to get an opening range breakout on it, but it was at S3 and it was not really, and the Atlas is bearish on it, so it's a bad idea.
Yeah, I think Tesla's been difficult to trade. It's probably going to pop back up here. Ooh, Nvidia is still heading south. Here's a big order at 187 now.
BE. Let's see if you can get to 128. That was the trade. SPY. Let's apply this one. This could be a good buy at VWAP. What is 920 on it? Oh, it's far from 920, huh?
I'm short Nvidia.
Brian, what do you think about the APLD for a 920? Or a VWAP bounce? Let's see what the APLD doing.
Still looking for this 187 on Nvidia.
And BS4 is 186.70.
Yeah. Here we go. Ah, there we go. Bingo.
Are you short NVIDIA?
Yeah, I just bought some 187.50 call puts.
Yeah, it's probably gonna go to S3 and S4. No, sorry, S4 is 186.72. Maybe I take a reversal on S4 if it goes down a bit more. So what's the market doing? Market selling off.
Yeah, Qs and SPY are dropping.
Bonds are not doing well.
SPY went to S4. Yeah, Qs are really selling off.
I might take a long on APLD at the 920 if he hits that 20 moving average at 32.80 maybe. Although this is a really big reversal on 5 minutes, so it's not a really good kind of reversal. 920.
Okay, I'm all out of Nvidia.
No, Nvidia is gonna go lower. Why?
I think so. It got close to S4.
No, the 5 minute is really bearish. No, don't chicken out. S4. We're gonna get S4. We're gonna get 186.
That's true. It does. Oh yeah, some 186 puts showed up there.
Brian, you're butchering a good trade, man. You're butchering a good trade.
I didn't have a lot left. I got a nice drop on it. I'll take the money. Take the money and run. Wow, AMD is Below yesterday's low.
All right, let's see if we buy some APL here. 33.20. I should have get 32.80. Gonna buy some APLD. See if you can get to VWAP, maybe 34. What's the Atlas? This is 32.90, huh?
Da, 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 da. Nimbus. Wow, look at the Qs and SPY bounce back. See, look at that. NVIDIA picked the bottom for now.
Yeah.
If we get up to...
I was hoping to get a long on NVDA, but BE is going up too.
Oh, look at Rocket Lab. Man, Rocket Lab's going new high a day.
All right,
Wow, what a
is going
bounce.
up, guys. Oh shit.
What a bounce.
Let's see if APLD can go up to 34, which is the VWAP. Market is coming back up. I'm back also long on Tesla at TSLL 1720. Let's see if Tesla closes above the VWAP. So I have three positions: APLD, BE, and TSLL. But, BE, I don't have much shares left. See if you can. Oh, Tesla is coming up. Oh, Tesla is coming up really nicely. Adding a little more on TSLL 1730. Maybe get out of this APLD.
Careful.
Ah, TSLL is nice.
Careful, the Qs are at 9 EMA. That could be a place where we reverse again.
I'm partialing some APLD here, guys. From 33 to 33.60. Oh, this is really volatile. TSLL is going for the break of high of the day, 1740.
Here we go. I shorted the Qs at the 9 EMA. See if it drops again. How much it's going to drop.
TSLL 1740. Oh, I like that break of high of the day.
Oh, look at that.
Adding a little bit more on TSLL, guys.
I was going to reshort NVIDIA, but it didn't get up high enough.
There you go. That's what we wanted on TSLL. Now I'm partialing, guys. That's a good trade now. Make the losses back. Nice. Tesla might go green, actually. TSLL might go green. Yeah, 431 on Tesla. TSLL might go green.
Look at it. Wow, NVIDIA. Damn. I knew it wasn't done going down.
I'm all out of BE, guys. I'm only long APLD and TSLL. Both of them very big size. So let's focus on that. BE, I got a good move on it with 3,000 shares.
BE's just lost the 9 EMA.
Yeah.
I don't like, problem with BE, it's got spread. I didn't like the spread on it. Okay, I'm going to cover some of this QQQ short.
Yep, I'm still in APLD. I'm partialing more here. I might actually add on APLD. Let's see what's going to happen.
Oh, what a nice 9 EMA rejection.
I'm adding a little bit more on TSLL at 1745 for red to green. I have a very big size on both of them. What's the Tesla daily chart look like here?
Wow, the more downside on NVIDIA. Well, more orders. The book is really bearish.
Oh, nice.
Are you still short NVIDIA?
I never shorted NVIDIA. I was hoping to get a reversal on it at S4. I'm glad I didn't. No, I'm very heavy long on APLD and Tesla and TSLL. I want to see if we can.
Here we go. I'm going to cover some more QQQs. Anyone take that reversal at the 9 EMA 2-minute chart on Qs? Such a classic setup.
You like the podcast, guys? I want to start a podcast, Peak Performance, and I want to talk with people who are really high achievers.
Yes, Will.
Actually, tomorrow I'm going to talk with one of Canada Olympians. So she she competed in 3 Olympic for Canada.
I'm available if you want.
Olympic of Doodly Doodly. Doodly Doodly.
Okay, I'm going to get out of that. Looked like a higher low on the Qs. So I'm going to get out of the rest of this.
Because I don't have anything else.
Canadian champion in kayaking. I can talk about my motivation.
Ah, shit, man. APLD, dude. APLD is going to go higher. Fuck. I have to
Yeah, that was in Greece. The original Olympics.
Now I made
Alright.
$10 million. Now this is a $10 million day.
This is your $10 million day?
Yeah, I think I hit 10 million.
Sweet.
Canadian. APLD.
I'm not sure, but the earnings was pretty thin this week.
All right, TSLL is going up, guys. I have big size on TSLL too. 1751, red to green. Yes. Yeah, Tesla is
Go
going to
figure, eh? Why would they bid up Tesla?
Wow, nice. Nice. Oh, Tesla has this moving average up there at 1758. I had an amazing day.
Yeah, Curb is in a dumpster. It's not a car company anymore. It's a robot company.
SPY looks like it's consolidating above the VWAP.
Yeah, it's trying, but it's we might be into like a chop fest here. Kind of watching the Qs right now to see if they can get above this 9 EMA on the 2-minute chart. Right now, it rejected there again. The short interest on APLD is really high. It says it's 34%. There's something about a new hyperscaler company Wow. Rocket Lab coming back to Earth. Did a double top. Wish I'd have noticed that. We've got a hedge wall at 69.25. Which might be resistance. Those cues are heading back to low of day here. Not done selling.
So my average on TSLL is actually right now here. So I might get out of it here. It looks like it really struggled to get out. Yeah, probably should get out. My break-even average is here at 1730. To be accurate, it's 32. So I might get out of it. But let's see. Let's wait a little bit. So it's very important because I added multiple times very big size. So now I have to see my average. Let's see if it's gonna hit my average or not. But I definitely don't want to wait until below the VWAP on TSLL. So my original stop loss was below VWAP, but now that I partial I added, so I have to bring my stop loss at break-even point.
I think NVIDIA is going to 185.
Wow,
Another big order right there.
Yeah.
126,000 shares plus.
Wow. NVIDIA did really sell off, huh?
Yeah, the humanity.
The humanity, really.
If I'm day trading puts, I'm using the shortest duration possible. So if I'm day trading SPY or Qs, I'm using the dailies. And if I'm trading Tesla, I'm using the Friday expiry. Just because they move the most.
All right, so I guess I'm done with the APLD as well, guys. I'm getting out of APLD and I'm getting out of the TSLL. Both are back to my break-even point. Tesla is really going below 185. Ooh, sorry, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is really selling off.
Yeah.
Flat, guys, and everything.
Damn, I was going to short the SPY using SPX. Oh well, didn't do it. Feel like it's too late now. Q's making a new low of day here.
Shit, look at Tesla. TSLL is bouncing back. No, I'm good. I have no desire to be in any trade. I'm good. No FOMO.
Jared, what's this? What's ONDS doing? Wow, BE sold off a lot. Oh, nice. I don't know where you shorted it, but that was ONDS's drop below the 9, the 20, and then VWAP. Well, Qs are probably heading to S6, probably going to bounce there.
I'm all out of APLD, guys, and Tesla, so I'm not long in anything.
Yeah, this isn't. This doesn't look like a long market right now. See what. Let's try a long here on the Qs right off S6.
Tesla looks like he wants to go back up to green.
I'm just selling selling on this bounce because I'm not really sure if this is how much of this is going to bounce here. Still feels like we have sellers.
NVDA has ordered 186, 185. SPY Qs are really pulling the market down, huh?
Yeah.
It's AMD doing. AMD is also selling off.
Still got a little room here. We're going to go. We're going to go. Trading 619 calls on Qs.
NVIDIA looks like it's bouncing.
Holding this S6 right now.
NVIDIA. Trying to see if we can catch a reversal on NVIDIA through NVDL. See what's the Atlas. Yeah, we have 186 up there, huh? I'm gonna get a long on NVDL, 86.71. Looks like
Here we go. There we go. Look at this. Here, look, nice bounce on the Qs. All right.
Nice.
Gonna sell some more here.
Nice. So I'm long NVDL. I want to see if NVDA can. 186. We have some orders on Atlas. I want to see if you can get there.
Retail? Going into retail today. That's weird. Okay, so I'm gonna sell the rest of these calls just because we got back to the 9 EMA 2-minute chart. So you get a nice move on that, 30%.
What did you trade?
The 619 QQQ calls.
Yeah, you take a bounce on it, huh?
Yeah. It looks like it's going to go higher. All
right, so I have the NVIDIA. I want to see if NVIDIA can go to 186. That's a nice trade. 186. There's
Nice. Nice, Nate. Way to go. Yeah, watch. Wow, SPY really took off here. Watch out for the 620 on the Qs. That's right around 20 EMA and VWAP. Nice. There you go, Ak. There was a reversal there somewhere, right? Just give me a sec. I'll look at SanDisk.
Oh, no, NVIDIA, you gotta go. I didn't partial on NVIDIA yet. Let's see if we can get another one. Let's see what the orders look like. Now orders are 184. Let's see if NVIDIA gives us another opportunity.
Ooh, CRMD did a nice rising devil trade.
Let's see if NVIDIA can go back to 186. NVIDIA would be 87.35. Nice start partially. Ah, Tesla on the green. Ah, damn it.
It's really choppy. SanDisk has really sold off. Obviously, it's down at S6 right now. I'd actually be, if I'd been short for a while, I'd definitely be taking some off here if you haven't partialed yet.
See if NVIDIA can go toward 186.
I think that, I don't know. SanDisk, like I said, it's pretty extended. Can it go lower? Sure, but it's kind of in land.
Brian, a
Yeah, look at the Qs and SPY. Wow.
Let's see what's happening.
SPY went green on the day.
Yeah, and just ripped green. All right, NVIDIA, I haven't partialed yet. But maybe I should, huh? Yeah, I mean, I start partialing some here, 87.46, 45. Wow, Spiraling green. Tesla is ripping. Tesla.
Yeah.
What a beautiful move on Tesla. TSLL was
Wow.
nice, 1%.
Big V reversal.
John, it's funny. Tesla, yeah, Tesla is really bouncing back. I had a pretty good day on it, even on TSL. I wish I was still there, but it's okay. Let's see if NVIDIA can continue.
Back in APLD.
What did Carlos trade? Carlos traded BE at the open with me.
Nice. What did Paris trade? Oh, he traded Tesla. Gary, way to go. Gary's retiring for a week. It's Thursday.
Paris, what did you trade, Paris? Tesla, nice. Yeah, very nice.
Well, nothing wrong with retiring for one day.
Wow, Tesla is now reaping really without us. NVIDIA is coming back up to, it's the NVIDIA Atlas. It's kind of indecisive. Yeah, it was a really good day for me. Very big profit. It was very, very nice. Make the losses back in 2026. I still got it. I still have the mojo.
You still have it, eh?
Yeah, I still have it, sir.
You were worried there for a minute.
I know. I was thinking of it's over.
Bull market, you can't make money.
NVDL, I'm still just long NVDL. See if you can get to 88. Well, NVIDIA seems that it's bouncing. The 5 minute is making higher high and higher lows right now. So it looks like it's going up. I don't expect this one to squeeze like a rip like Tesla. But if you can get to 88 for NVIDIA, it would be nice. Also, it wouldn't be surprising me that it comes down and stop me out. It can go either way. This is definitely that was a very nice short-term reversal that we took on it.
Oh God, I mean, I don't like to do binary trades. You know, like making guesses on earnings outcomes, or I mean, knowing the way the Supreme Court has been going, they're probably going to side with the president. But like I said, it's a crapshoot. It's a roulette wheel.
For the tariffs?
Yeah, the decision on the tariffs.
Is it June? They said June, huh?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
Something is telling me that it will be June. Oh, is it tomorrow? No, I had this kind of June. I could be wrong though. All right, so SPY looks like it wants to make a new high. All-time high. All-time high. Oh, June is the birthright. Oh, okay, tomorrow would be. Wow, SPY popped up very nicely. Record high of the day.
Yeah, but it pulled back there. That's kind of curious. See if it can continue. There's a hedge wall right here at 69.24.
"24 hours trading would be, they are targeting December 2026. I just got an email from NASDAQ for the proposal. So see my screen. SIP submits plan amendment to extend opening hours to accommodate overnight trading. So the proposal would enable near 24-hour dissemination of U.S. equity market data with a 1-hour technical pause each trading day, and targets December 2026 launch pending SEC and approval. We have another year to.
Or we can trade we can just keep trading. Just trade nonstop.
So that's SIP operating committees. SIP operating committees are one of the biggest data providers. Yeah, so they have 1 hour technical pause each trading day.
How will they do the? How are the NASDAQ going to do the open and close ceremonies?
I think this is pretty settled that they still have the open and close the same the way it is. I think it's just similar to pre-market, post-market trading would be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we can trade options like that. But we'll see. I think it seems that it's still in a very early stage of because they just ask for traders' feedback, so they open it up to public discussion. So they ask me to go comment on the proposal. More like 23 hours.
What do you think?
All right, SPY is really fighting for a high of the day. SPY looks like it really wants to go to high of the day. Tesla was a very nice move up. Amazon.
See what the SPY does here. It's really in a narrow range. It could go either way.
All right,
Nvidia's
Michael, what
rolling
did you
over.
trade? Nice on Amazon. Nice. All right, Nvidia is coming back. Yeah, Nvidia. I'm gonna get out of Nvidia, guys. I'm all out of Nvidia. Might do a double bottom Nvidia later, but I don't want to be in it. It's a good day. It was a great trading day for me. So Brian, how are you doing?
Good. I had a good day. APLD was great. Thanks to Nate. Took a nice short on the Qs. Took a nice short on Tesla at the open. Wow, Nvidia! I was shocked how Nvidia sold off there. Surprising.
It was brutal.
Yeah, the Qs are breaking out now. The
Q.
volume's really dropping off here. Not sure where it's just nobody's really pushing this higher. It's probably gonna get choppy for a while. Oh, your buddy Tesla's breaking out, new high. Tesla's got a big order at 435, probably going there.
Yeah, Tesla is really strong. I should have stayed in Tesla. Such a beautiful move. TQQ is aligned too as well. Yeah, Tesla looks like 435. He wants 435.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I should have got back in there. Oh. Jared, what did you trade? SanDisk, SNDK? Wow, SanDisk is selling off 10%. What the hell?
Yeah, SanDisk really is getting hit today. Probably MU too.
Nobody wants disk anymore. See, reversal to the mean. Reversal to the mean, guys, is as certain as gravity.
Hmm.
Gotta come back to the mean. Reversal to the mean. AMD's coming back up. I noticed Peter never gets old. Like I know Peter for 10 years, he still looks the same. That's one of those conspiracy theories, I think. I think Peter has an elixir of life. Carlos has aged in the last 10 years, but Peter not. I'm looking at their YouTube. Peter is younger than 10 years ago.
It's because he started out bald.
Peter. Man, because this guy has retired at 40. He doesn't give a F about anything in life. He's always having whiskey. I guess he found the secret to life. I aged a lot. Like I look at my pictures on the website from 10 years ago. I aged like I've seen things. All right, Tesla is going up.
Yeah. NVIDIA just took out that 335 order. And that was it. 435.
All right, guys. So, do we have any question before we go? I really don't want to trade anything. I had a really good day. I hit the $10 million mark today, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and pay about $20,000 in profits today for a funded account.
Oh, I thought that was going to your wife.
That too as well. All right, guys, let's go to YouTube.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, she's got a funded account too.
In our chat room.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir. How are you? I think you're having a better day today, hopefully.
I had an amazing day. Peter, I crossed the
Nice.
$10 million.
Oh, excellent. Well done.
Beautiful. Congrats, man.
Very
Congrats.
exciting.
Yeah. So nice. So drinks on me.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So I had a
So
very,
go ahead,
very
Peter.
good.
Take a drink, Peter.
Take a drink for us.
I take a break. What do I need to take a drink for you, man? I take a drink for me. That will age me if I start drinking for everybody
Yes.
else.
Exactly.
So it was a very aggressive day for me. Very seriously, we took a trade on BE. We started the trade with BE. So only 3,000 shares, 123. We sold at 128. So that turned out to be a very nice $7,000 trade here. And then we had a very serious trade on APLD, 920 trade. and TSLL and NVDL also. TSLL was also a very nice trade. I could make way more money on that. So it turned out to about $47,000 profit. And yeah, we're sticking on our bonds and stocks sitting here. So if you want to go quickly, so BE was a 1 minute opening range breakout. I kind of missed it because the volume came in the first minute. Usually, sometimes these stocks need the 1 minute for the imbalance to pass out, and the rips come in and go long, put a stop loss below the VWAP, went all the way up to 128. That was a great trade. APLD was a 920 trade actually. So I missed the whole move. I think Nate in the chat room, he called it a really big, amazing opening range breakout. It was really amazing from 32 to 35, but I totally missed it. I just didn't have it in my watch list. And then we did a 920. This is a 20 moving average, and then there's 9 moving average here. So I kind of got in between. Brian is going to have a 920 strategy soon for Trading Terminal free for everybody. So if you want to see how you can actually trade that, then that was a really nice pop that we got on APLD. I love the APLD. Like volume is amazing on it. It was just great volatility, 3, 4, 5% move, really nice. NVIDIA sold off nicely, and then I cut this quick bounce on it. I got this bounce on it through NVDL. So I show it to you here. So again, NVIDIA is the leverage. So again, I got this bounce on it, and now it's bouncing back to the VWAP. Unfortunately, I'm not in there, but it was pretty nice. And TSLL was also really nice that I traded at the open. I got a stop down, went back in there heavy for the red to green, and we did money. But I got back, I got out last part here, even though I could get this really big move on it. But unfortunately, I just got out. And yeah, turned out to be a great trading day for me. Brian also had a really good trading day. I think he shorted NVIDIA at the open, yeah?
Yeah, I shorted in wait a sec. I think I shorted well, I have to look back here, but I did take a long on APLD at the open. Again, our power of the trading room here, but we got a nice move up on APLD. Again, Nate called that out. One of our members in the trading room called that out early. It actually called it out in the pre-market. I looked at it, didn't really like it that much, but then he kept calling it out. So looked at it and then saw it, got long just around 33.50 and got out just when it hit 35. So yeah, I had a nice move there, and I did another trade that I like to do. Qs were selling off, and finally we kind of started to bottom out. Came up to the 9 EMA on the 2-minute chart, and I always look for a rejection there. So I traded some puts right at around 620 on the Qs, and then got that pullback again. So a couple of nice trades there. Yeah, the open trade wasn't as good as some of the rest of those trades. But yeah, nice 920 trade on APLD as well.
Yeah, and guys, see here is the $10 million official. I should see it or not. We have to come closer. Come down. Yes. Yeah, it's hard to focus on. Yes.
Hey, there you go.
You can see it? Can you see it? Yeah.
Yeah, $10,083,305.65. There we go. We got the number.
Nice. All right. So that was it.
Yeah, and I wanted to give a shout out to my buddy Thor. He came on. I think he came on Monday. Just into YouTube here. He mentioned natural gas getting really sold off and looking at it for a reversal. And after I got off, I took a look at it, and I took a decent sized position on it. And because I really liked the setup that he was calling out, and got a nice pop on it yesterday on that gas. So yeah, pretty decent swing trade.
So I have a question for you guys.
Or might be in New Jersey.
What is he doing in New Jersey? So,
I don't know.
Hmm.
Not sure.
he's been traveling a lot recently. I think after his divorce, probably he's just wants to travel a lot.
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh, by the way, Peter, I got an email from Nasdaq. So
Okay.
I got an email. I can show it to you. They asked for my
Are you a bad boy?
No, I mean,
Oh.
they asked for opinion for 24 hours trading. So it's
Oh, okay.
so they want the SIP. So you have to see it here. So the SIP operating committee submitted a plan amendment to SEC to extend SIP operating hours in support of overnight trading. The proposal would
Okay.
enable near 24 hours dissemination of U.S. equity market with 1 hour technical pause each trading day and targets December 2026 launch, pending SEC review.
Wow.
So what they want is they want the traders' feedback. So
Yeah.
they send it
What's
to some traders to get the feedback. So
what's your feedback?
I mean, I'll probably submit questions about the volatility and you know, the slippage. Like if you open it up after 4 p.m. and you know if you allow market orders and if there's not enough liquidity in the slippage for day traders, and spread would be really bad. So I would be doing that.
Mm. Yeah, that's a legitimate concern. I mean, I think our concern as traders is just that it would ruin that volatility that we see at the open, right? And that price action during the day. Now, we've seen so many changes in the markets over the years that everybody's predicted it's the death of the markets and it's going to ruin everything. And frankly, it never has. So I'm hoping that this wouldn't be much different, Andrew. But
Yeah.
yeah, there's always that fear, right? Because if it changes the way the open works, it's really up down to Wall Street. If Wall Street changes their behavior and it changes the way the open works, then like all the strategies that you just made the $10 million off of, you'd have to change them. You have to modify them. You'd have to adjust. So
Yeah, that would be interesting to see. But I
But
guess
the
we have another year.
I guess the NASDAQ should care about day traders because they do make up some of the
Agree.
volume that they see, and that's revenue for them.
Yep. As much as they complained about, or certain people complained about GameStop, for example, when that whole thing happened, Wall Street was a net benefactor, right?
Yeah.
Both during the process and in the end, because in the end, most of those people gave all that money back, and you know who they gave it back to?
That's right.
Oh, well, we'll see what happens. I mean, look, if they want it to happen, it's going to happen one way or the other. And I think all we have to do is, be prepared to, adjust and adapt. That's the key thing about trading. You can't
That's
stay
right.
stagnant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. So, guys, remember, guys, the funded account, guys, it's really good. Abil is making the payments today. So he just messaged me. So I asked him how much is it? He's how much pending payout is. He actually said about 20K. So we're gonna send 20K today on the payout. It's pretty good. Oh, actually, he's doing it right now. So let's see who is getting paid today. It's pretty good. So we just paid the Rebecca. How much Rebecca made? 1,700. Congrats. That's
Nice. Way to go.
Rebecca. How much EHOP? $1,200. Congrats. Suhid, how much is your invoice?
Sweet.
$340. Not big. Timothy, 323.
Diddly-doodly.
Not big. And that's the Rebecca. Yeah, so there's some big payments going through this week. Congratulations, everybody. These are the
pretty much
people.
all. Yeah, they paid for their they paid for the cost. So there you go.
Well, these are actually free. These are all the cohort who were doing it free.
Oh, okay. Well, even better.
Yeah, so
Even-
that's
Great return on your investment.
Indeed. Infinite return, I guess, if it's free.
Infinite, yeah, an infinite return.
Yeah.
Zero investment.
I mean, they did time. I mean, I would say the time that they
Oh,
spent
yeah, no,
and
of
energy.
Of course.
Yeah, put in the time. Did the crime. Put in the time.
All right, any question, guys? So the podcast with Raja. Yeah, so I want to start a podcast because I don't have anything else to do in life. I want to talk with not only traders, but maybe the theme of podcast would be peak performance, like how you can actually become better in every stage of life, personal, business, health, trading, anything. So tomorrow I'm going to actually record a podcast with one of the 3 times Canadian Olympic athletes. And she was, she's a friend of a friend. She lives in Vancouver. And then I recently saw her at a party and I was talking to her. And then she's now a coach because she's retired. She's pretty young, but she's retired from professional competition. And then she said one of the coaching that she does for athletes is that you have to gamify your activity. Like you have to assume that is not a high, impact competition in your mind, but you assume that you're playing a game. It's a game. You have to, you switch your mindset to game. And that really triggered with me because that's why I wanted to have a podcast with her. Because for me, day trading is also a video game. I'm playing a video game. I'm not, stressing over a very stressful, difficult mathematical technical analysis task. For me, it's a video game. I want to play, it's like a Call of Duty, like that's the thing. So the mindset is very important. How you put yourself in a mindset, from when you put a gaming mindset, from a stress becomes excitement or enjoyment. And I want to actually talk to her tomorrow. So we're going to publish the podcast probably next week. If you have any question from, for example, ask from a professional Olympic athletes that do very high performing field. You have to work 4 years to just do 2 minutes of performance. So if you have any questions, just so the name of the podcast would be Peak Performance. I think we already started a YouTube channel for it as well. So maybe we can share the link here. Let me share the link here. If I can find it myself. So if you subscribe on that, that would be really nice. This one. Anyways, this podcast. I can't find my own channel.
It's not good. Sean.
Oh yeah, okay, I found it. This is it.
Trader Gal, there's definitely this larger influence in these zero DT options affecting market moves for sure. There's no question. The volume on these things has really gone up. It sort of equates a little bit to gambling because these things can, they can, one trade can make or break you for a day or even a month if you really get caught offside. I've done a few trades with SPX options this week. Last week, actually, it pulled me out of the red. But yeah, I think one of my trades went from like $9 to 13. in like like matter of minutes. But like I said, and I took that trade. You know that that knife can cut both ways, so it can really you can really blow up your account with these two. Nice. Yeah, they work really well. You just got to make sure you trade a setup that you're fairly comfortable in. You know, trade off levels or breakouts or breakdowns. Yeah, mentioning Google this morning, Google overtook Apple in terms of market cap. You remember in the 2025, everyone was talking about Apple getting to was it 3 trillion or something like that? It's lost the crown. To Alphabet.
It's only a crown who has a prince of the realm, of course, because Nvidia is still king.
Well, that's true too.
Still, you know, being royalty is still, you know, pays. Still lucrative.
What's a 920 trade is it happens on a 2-minute chart. So it's when you get a stock that's trending one way or another, like you want to see a nice steady move up for the first 20 minutes, half hour, and then the 9 and the 20 either trend up or trend down, whichever direction the price is going. And eventually the stock starts to run out of buyers. So what happens is the stock starts to pull back. It drops below the 9 EMA, and then you target the 20 EMA for a reversal. So you traded long off the 20 for a reversal back to the 9, then back to the high of day, and then maybe even higher. So it's just that initial big profit taking pullback after a nice run up, or a nice sell off, whichever way you want to do it, because they work both ways.
And then as you see, you buy near the 20 moving average, you know, as you see here, and put a stop loss below the, you know, that would be your risk. And then if it goes up 9 moving average, and if you're really lucky, you get to the high of the day. But in this case, because the sell-off was too big, you know, you didn't get to too high of the day, but you need to definitely parse out at different R's here. So he's gonna have I think Brian is gonna have a webinar toward the end of January about this free for everybody. And if you're a BBT member, so we have so many webinars on education, with a lot of examples in there. Paris did a really nice short on PLTR as well. So at the open, right at the open, Paris the short's very nice. So here, it's really nice sell-off. Yeah, that was a great trading day. Peter, what did you trade? Or Carlos, what did you trade? I think Carlos traded the Tesla, huh?
So I'm
No,
busy-
I traded
busy talking
BE. I got I got in on BE just after you for the breakout. Then got out when he did that craziness handle. I jumped out. I'm like, it's wild.
And I haven't traded yet. I was watching Nvidia and I missed the drop, but yeah, haven't seen any setups yet. Watching and waiting.
Yeah, there was some conversation in the chat room, Peter, that how come you are still young?
Because I live a no stress life. I'm telling you, it makes a big difference. No, seriously, I've engineered my life so that I had all sorts of stress in corporate life, and I said I don't want that anymore. So it's
You don't miss the corporate life?
certain aspects of it at times I do, but on the balance, no, because there was more downside than upside. I mean, I had a job for a long time that I really, really liked, but it takes you away from home, and it's exhausting and it's stressful, and there's all that stuff that comes with it. So there's lots of things you can choose to do with life that when you have the financial wherewithal. So no.
I thought it was happy wife, happy life.
Well, there's that too, but that's almost like you got to keep her happy, or the happiness dissolves. So,
Yeah, I guess. Any question, guys, about trading that we did, about life in general? I mean, market SanDisk is really doesn't look like someone asked about SanDisk SNDK for bottom. It doesn't seem that has found the bottom. This one is really going, yeah, still weak. So, I mean, if you go to the daily chart, it really looks like I mean, you're in also this is what we call no man's land. Like there is no level here. So I think the first main level that we can think of is probably this moving average, or maybe around 300 is a round number. But this one is definitely giving back all the hypes, buying that they had. So
yep.
doesn't show
When you
any
fly
sign.
high, you have farther to fall.
Exactly. Like reversion to the mean, they say, is as certain as gravity. Like, you got to go back down to the mean. And when we say mean in the stock market, it means that the moving averages. You really have to eventually come back near the moving averages. And moving averages are mean averages. So reversion to the mean. And by the way, guys, we have Trading Terminal as a bundle right now. I wanted to show it to you. I just post the link. Carlos, if you go full time. The both Amen's course and Paris course, plus a funded account. So the multiple time frame analysis that Damon does, and reading the tape by Paris, and plus the mentorship that they're coming with a funded account and Trading Terminal is actually available. Instead of $4,000, you can get $2,000 and work with two amazing traders. So if anyone is interested, guys, this is a really good bundle, and I give one free funded account for free to you guys. You can work on that. So consider if you want to work, with these two guys, that is something that you can think of.
Sean, in the chat room, you're asking about Baba for a Mountain Pass. Notice how it's this is why we wait for the setup, right? See how it's sort of just slowly that's going sideways now? To me, that broke the pattern. So it's not a good trade at this point.
How are you guys doing today?
Nathan,
Hey,
how are you doing?
Doing okay.
Happy New
Good.
Year.
Good. I've had a real good day, man. This year's been pretty good so far.
Nice. What did you trade? How did you trade?
In queue. Took
Oh,
a
nice.
trade yesterday evening on in queue. So
Nice. Nice. NQ. Hard. Did you make money on NQ?
Oh, yeah.
It's a,
yeah, I did
you
well.
shorted NQ at the open?
No, it was last night. It set off monthly R3. It just took a short trade and
I love it.
hit target and was okay with that.
Alrighty, so I think I'm
Nice.
gonna hand it over slowly to the folks. I want to see if anyone has any question.
You're asking about funded.
And
I'm interested in this podcast you've got too. We've been here on YouTube. We've been talking a lot about biohacking and just how to be a high performing trader.
I actually will have a conversation. We should have a conversation with you as well, because you are a pharmacist and you know a lot about biohacking. Maybe we can do actually one thing together. So I'm gonna hand it over to Carlos. He wants to do one free funded account, guys. So for the members of Lambo and Garbage Truck, one free funded account. Remember that you have to be a Trading 10 Million member. And all the best, guys. Good luck, everybody.
Cheers.
All right, friends, for those asking, that's how you sign up. You head over to YouTube. You got to join the Lambos and Garbage Truck tier. And then from there, stick around the live stream. And then we'll do the funded account now. We'll give a free giveaway. Then you'll email me, carlos@bebertraders.com, and you'll get all hooked up with the funded account. So, yeah, let's do it. Let's see what we got here.
Make it happen.
Hashtag funded. Yes, we'll make it happen.
There you
502
go, guys.
likes. Thank you so much.
You've
The
all
support,
been,
guys.
You've been waiting for this. You've been waiting. Now, there's your hashtag funded. Now's the time to put it.
Now's the time to do it. Yes. Oh, Ahmed Sharif, 5645. Welcome. We'll give you a few seconds to get that hashtag funded in there. Good luck to everybody, and we'll see who wins, guys. And we do it every day, right? So if you don't win today, good luck tomorrow, and good luck next week. And we do it every day until I run out of codes here that Andrew has graciously provided to all of us. So, all right, 3, 2, 1. The winner for today is, here it is, JC Trader 81. Congratulations, my friend. I see you very active in chat. So there it is. Congratulations to you, JC Trader, our winner for today. I know you've been trying to win this for a while, man. So congrats. All right, friends. We'll do it again tomorrow. We'll leave you with Nathan. Have an amazing trading day. And Nathan will take you from here.
Trade smart, everyone.
What's going
Hey,
on,
Nathan,
everybody?
how are
How
you,
are you? Good, man.
Hope
You
you're
got
doing
my
well.
screen? Is my screen up on your side?
Yeah, I'm going to switch you up now because I have Thor set up. So I will get you in
Okay.
here. Just give me 1 second.
I am so bullish on APLD. This is like my 5th trade, I think. But so far, everything has been profitable and break even, profitable and break even. It's getting annoying to a point where I'm like, let's just go and not come back. I want 36, maybe even 38, heck. But maybe it doesn't happen today. I'll just break even again, I guess. This is what I look like, but perhaps this would make more sense. So APLD had earnings today. I bought small. Opening range breakout, well, not yet. 1 minute came back, stopped me out. Punching volume, closed over VWAP. I went long, partial. Added to my size as it started bouncing from this. Got stopped out at break even. Took one more trade as we went over VWAP. And then got stopped out pretty much at break even. And as he held the 61.8 Fibonacci retracement and the 89 EMA, I added more. Partial at prior resistance. Got stopped out. Bought again. Partial at prior resistance. Got stopped out. Bought again. Let's just hope this one goes. But I mean, I caught a $32 to $35 move, so I'm very green for the day. My only regret is MU. That was a clean short. I was speaking to my mentees about it, that MU might be a short today. and would have been an awesome shot. I would have held it all the way to 325. That's where high open interest lies. I would have not partialed MU, and there was no reason to partial MU. This is as clean as it gets. And I took a couple of chaser entries. I was like, why am I doing that? We're already at 325. So I stopped. But there was absolutely no reason. Like, if you look at the two, there's literally no reason for you to partial MU. And then we got stopped out on APLD, and that's it. I'm done. I'm not going to trade anymore for on APLD. But MU was the trade of the day, a $20 move. I guess no, APLD was a better trade. I mean, I got 10% move on that. But this was the shot I was looking for. And if you folks attended the webinar on Monday, I was talking about why 325 and 300 is a gravitational area. So while we were shorting 335 day before, didn't work out, went to 345. This was a nice rejection shot right here or right here, and then hold it all the way. And I'm guessing we're going to get this, if not lower. But pretty good day. Thing with APLD and why I was so bullish biased, why I'm still so bullish biased, is we are only going higher. Their earnings were phenomenal, by the way. And if you go through the earnings, what you'll realize is that until now, APLD was a show me stock. Now, what is a show me stock? A show me stock is a proof of concept stock where the concept is nice, but the numbers are not falling through. And today was the first quarterly results where the numbers fell through. And that's awesome, because when numbers fall through, institutional investors get interested. Now there is a story which is backed by numbers versus just a story. So typically the way it works is when it's just a story, it's mostly retail traders and HNIs getting into that name, hoping the story converts into something big. So they are the ones who would typically buy a $10 stock, $12 stock. And then as the numbers start coming through, that's when you have a $25, $30, $50 stock. You would start seeing interest by institutional investors. I'm just talking prices, but that's not the right way to look at it, but that's generally the case. Institutional investors, small cap investors, early tech investors would start getting interested. And as the company grows, if it grows, you will see larger funds getting interested. And when it really grows, like think about NVIDIA, it's all algos and it barely moves anymore. So your best results are generally before you start joining indices. And once you start joining the S&P 500 or the Russell 1000, your results in terms of price performance tends to go down because there's higher efficiency and discovery involved. My two cents. Paras, you killed it.
Yeah, I killed it. I am still long Tesla.
Okay.
I added multiple times on it, so very still holding my core position on Tesla. But trade of the day was PLTR. So PLTR turned out to be I'm all out of PLTR. Shorted the 185 and scaled out until 178. The only regret I have is not adding more at this thing. Exactly at this area where it was consolidating. I was actually trading Tesla aggressively, so I couldn't get a chance to add more on PLTR. So, but yeah, let me talk about things that on the day. So first of all, guys, I really want to emphasize on game planning. Without the game planning, it is very difficult to focus on the trades that you're looking for. Focus on the this year. At least one thing that I have from a trading perspective, what I have decided personally is that I would not trade without a game plan. Sometimes I used to come up late, come at 9:30 and all of that, and just scalp around here and there. But this year, one of the resolutions from the trading standpoint I've seen is that I'm not gonna trade if I don't have a game plan. That's one of those that one of the improvement areas that I want to make. And I used to do it only because of laziness, not coming on time on my trading desk, and most of the time I will have gaming plan, but I would sometimes take it for granted because I could scalp and I could do things. But if I have to go to the next level, I have to be prepared. So so I think one of the thing that has been helping me a lot in the recent past, and of course the chat gpt and stuff like that, these are helping me. And I want to bring up certain things that it is just making it a lot easier. In the past, documentation was one of the most challenging part, but nowadays I just talk to them. So this was a thing that I was talking to chat gpt. You guys can see my screen. I was just bringing my thoughts in. What are the stocks in play? What are the things that I'm interested in? And these are the stocks. Why am I interested in those? Why am I interested on going long or short? And what it does is ChatGPT does a great job in just bringing my thoughts into a clear table. Now, APLD was, of course, the earnings in play. The first ticker that I had on APLD, my earnings beat strong guidance. It was when I did that, it was gapping up 6.8%. My key levels were support was 31 and my target was 35. I was talking to it, only interested above 31, holding above VWAP, moving averages, and room for a run towards 35. So this was this was the plan that I was thinking of. And look at how APLD did. So APLD right here, if you look at it, it literally went from 31 at this point and went to 35. This was a
Paras, quick question. Why 31?
So 31, yeah, I'll tell about why 31. So here at this area, if you look at the 30-minute chart, 31 was the area where it held. Rejected from yesterday, it came back, and then they reported the earnings, and in the pre-market, they were holding 31 area. So this is the area which is a matter of interest, where if things are bullish, they would love to hold it. And that's what I love trading. And then once it breaks out of 32, that's a confirmation. And I personally like trading in before the confirmation and then adding more at the confirmation. So 31 was the area that I was very interested in, and 35 comes from the daily. So if you look at the daily, 35 was this was the area where it came up from 35. So it is like, those levels plays wonders, and people are trading that. So if you want to do this, the only reason I did not trade it, guys, is because I forgot to add it into my screen. I had it in my watch list, but I on my screen I had 5 stocks and I did not add APLD. This was my trade where I would any day take this particular trade. So and then let's look at the trades that I took today. So today was about PLTR, right? So PLTR was gapping up on the news, on news of the one government spending, military spending, and PLTR is one of the biggest beneficiaries. But it is the strength was likely because of the headline. That this is exactly what I was thinking, and I am biased to fade it. And this was my fade bias on the PLTR. And that is where I was like, okay, if it works in my favor, it could easily go long too, right? Because it's a strong ticker, it has a news catalyst and everything. But I am biased towards fading it, because I am biased to the fact that it is the news. It would sell off because it has already, on this point, it has already run up from 167 up to 185. And this is also from a daily standpoint, from a technical standpoint, this is a very nice pullback area for a continuation to the downside. So all I'm thinking is that this is a perfect area to fade as well. If there wasn't a news either, I would still be fading it. But now that there is a news which is giving me a gap up, now I would love to, if the price action confirms, I would love to short this. And that's exactly came out into at 185. It completely below all the VWAP, moving averages, all of those is in my favor. and then it starts to hold the 185, which is an important technical level. And I'm like, this is a perfect area to short it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Like I'm still able to manage it, but this is a perfect risk reward opportunity, and you gotta take it. If I had not have had a plan, I would just be blindly taking it, shorting it at 185, and maybe like capturing it at 183. But this bigger move capture happened because of the game plan. Happened because there was there was big picture mindset in my head, and that does wonders. Like for example, and for today Tesla, at this point, let's look at Tesla. Sorry. So look at Tesla right now. So this was the game plan that was we were having it. At Tesla, continued sell off, gapping down 420. I'm open to both long and short. Let the price decide. Watch his 420 reaction from as the trend continue or bounce. So I am unbiased on this one. I can either go long, I can either go short. I'm not 100% sure if the Tesla is gonna do something about it. So the real confirmation that I got on Tesla was on this minute. So I let the stock decide because I don't have a plan, right? But I would let the price action decide. So price action, the real confirmation happened on this candle. So 932. This was the squeezing candle, perfect area. And then this volume was amazing. People who know how to read the tape, this is the volume that I would say that, this 425.50 level should not drop. Like I would bet on my fact that this should not drop, right? But you wait for the price action. So it did pop up. I was like, okay, if it holds here, I would go long for another leg higher. But it sold off in the below the VWAP. But when it came back again, so this volume again at 426 was again a very, very nice volume. This is like close to 700,000 shares, or sorry, 350,000 shares, or close to 400,000 shares, right? And this volume was such a great volume. I love this volume, and when you have that volume, you would immediately work in your favor. So very nicely, 428, it popped up to 431, 431.50 to the PDC. And now I mistakenly added, I wanted to add close to 10 or 15% here, and I added doubled my size completely. And I was like, shit, I am not able to manage my risk now. So I then completely got 80% of my position out at this point at 431, and then completely got out at break even. So this was my first trade on this. And ideally, like looking back, the thing that I should have planned in such a way that long and pullback, this should have been just one trade. But I actually took 3 trades on this. So this was my first trade. Then the second trade, I went again long when it held the 430 at this point. So I went long right here, added more. This was tier 3 size, got stopped out. And this was like big size because I was looking for a pop-up, and it just never gave me that pop-up. The second it lost the 429.50, I'm out because I'm literally risking $1 out of it. So that was a bad loss as well, and stop out as well. But the third trade in this one is where I went long, came back because it did not lose 429.50 or the VWAP at this point. The momentum was there on the downside, but it was kept holding it. And that's why I was more bullish on the earlier trades as well. So I went back in. So when you see something like that, you gotta capitalize it. I went back in, added tier 2 size, sold off at the place where it got rejected. This is where I'm adding tier 3, tier 4 size. I'm loading it here because this is my confirmation that this is not willing to drop. And when this happens, then it breaks the high of the day. And it's all a matter of scaling out, scaling in, scaling out, scaling in. And I'm still scaling in and scaling out. So where is the stock right now? 433.56. I'm still scaling in, scaling out. My average is very like close to 431.50. 431.54. And right here, my average is right here. So I can hold this one until this entire range is broken. So the support is 432.50, but I still am giving a buffer that if it comes in, because I want to ride it big. I think 440 is coming on Tesla. And if that comes, then I would be capturing a real move because I'm still ringing my register. I'm still making profit. I'm still making money at 435, 435, 435. I'm still making money, but I'm still also able to scale in and hold the core of my position. And that's the beauty of pyramiding and beauty of adding into the position, scaling out, because you're not waiting for a hit of a profit or at a break even. You're capturing those moves as and when it's making favor, and also capturing money out of it. So that was my Tesla trade, and all the other trades, right? For example, MTLX was in my watch list, and sorry, not MLTX. There was an FDA Type B meeting. There was no additional trials needed. It was gap up 46%. But what I've been seeing lately is that I'm very long biased on this ticker because there's a positive news, but I also added a caution saying that biotech gappers have been selling off at the open. Yesterday also I was watching a couple of biotech tickers. They all of them sold off at the open, and this was the opening behavior. So what did MLTX do? What is So MLTX just sold off, and these are the adaptation that you are doing over and over again on a daily basis. But not every ticker is gonna behave exactly the way that you plan to behave. For example, Intel had a strong rally, flat to slightly up, 43, 44 support, target is 45, looking for a continuation if it holds the key support. Intel, did it do that? No. So is there a reason for me to take a trade? I was looking for 43 to hold. If 43 is not able to hold, and then there is no reason for me to take a long for the 45. Would I want to short it? I'm not interested to short it because I'm not biased towards the short side. And even though I short it, I would be very hesitant to hold it for a longer time because I'm not biased in the short side. So you always, not every trade plan is going to work in your favor, but you only have to trade that works in your favor, which is making sense to you. Right? So I think that's one of the key things. Highlight people do not, and it is one of the most important thing you want to do. And Carlos comes in every single day to talk about the tickers. And Peter, they both join in the pre-market. I think it adds a lot of value when you do that. So just a food for thought to get better in trading.
So it's funny you bring that up, Ars, because that's one thing I've also added to my armory this year. I'm like, I am gonna go with a game plan, but my game plan is slightly different though. My game plan is mostly based on open interest on the SPY ODTs and trying to figure out what the day might look like. And because and I was speaking to a few folks, and I was like, I don't have anything on SPY today, like 687, 690, maybe 685, maybe 692. I was so confused reading it. I was like, SPY perhaps might be choppy, and I don't have anything. I have not traded SPY the entire day. Having said that, I was also in the mind of, okay, so if SPY is not gonna set up for me to trade, then I don't have a general direction for most of the tickers. Besides, and I narrowed in on APLD. I was like, this is interesting. What I did miss was on MU, but you have to have a game plan. You have to have a game plan of, okay, I'm going to visualize, either you do it of price levels, you do it of whatever way, but be consistent with it. And that is really, really going to help you in understanding how to, and trading better. Like, no hesitation entries. So, and that's another thing I wanted to speak about. There's a difference between being a technical analyst and a chartist. A chartist is a person who just reads the chart. Best example of that is Andrew. To him, this is a video game, which is completely fine. There's nothing wrong in it. It's a 100% legit way to trade. Like, I see the chart, I see the patterns, I trade them. What Paras is saying, when all I'm saying is, okay, so that's only one aspect. The other aspect of it is you understand where the levels are, you understand where everything else is. And if you can do that, I'm going to just try one more long on APLD and then I'll call it a day. And once you start doing that, that's how you get better. And look, it's not for everyone going on the technical sides of things. Maybe just being a chartist is better for you. Whichever way it is, figure out what you are more comfortable with and then be true to it. Jared is a technician. Thor is a technician. I would say Paras to an extent is a technician. I don't know where price reading really actually falls in this category, but there are two different things, and there are two different ways of looking at the market.
Let's say I play the sound of the tape.
So, but would you agree with that, Paras, with that thought process? Like, there's a difference between just being a chartist and being a technical analyst.
Yeah, like I personally haven't thought about like what's the major difference, but yeah, charts. Technical analysts also refers charts, but they go into more into
Right.
the deep of where the technical indicators come from, but chartists don't. They just follow. I think let's say the technicalists follow the technicals, chartists follow the price action. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, that's also true. Okay, I'm hoping this long works on APLD.
But yeah, so just a quick thing to Tavi. There is no prompt in ChatGPT. All I'm doing is speaking my thoughts on what I'm thinking, and at the end of the day, and at the end of the conversation, I'm just saying create a game plan in the tabular form. That's it. This is the prompt. If you're looking for a prompt, this is the prompt. Like create a game plan in the tabular form, and that's exactly what it does. Like what I'm thinking, what I'm saying to the thing is just creating my thoughts into the tabular form. So there's no prompt as such.
Just don't break me even again. That would be annoying.
Yeah, this Tesla is now selling off. I was thinking that 435 would break now, but now Tesla is selling off.
I'm hoping we quickly at least go to 3440.
Yeah, I do have a paid GPT, but I think you don't need a paid GPT. Like I would do the same thing with Comet browser, and they do the same. Like they give you the same thing. So Nvidia, man, Nvidia was a sell-off. Wow. Yeah, Nvidia finally dropped the 186. I even talked about it on Nvidia.
Volume burst.
Yeah, see that? I even talked about this morning on the game plan too. Nvidia extended chop, losing upside momentum. Gap is slightly down. Key levels is 186.50. Daily support still holding, but 190 failing repeatedly. Watching for a big down continuation. So that's what I was neutral to bearish bias. So this was the plan for Nvidia on this thing. So the second it dropped the 186.50. And that's where it sold off from. Wow. See this 186.50 area? This is the exact place where it sold off from. Because it's like, you see this, like, it doesn't take a lot of, intelligence to understand what is the area of support. You see this 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, 5 day, 6 day, 7 day. 7 days it was holding the 186.50 and 187 area. 7 days. So what's going to happen when it breaks the 187? It's going to lead to an extension. Why? Because all the buyers are trapped. All the buyers who were buying at 186.50, 187, they have to puke. They have to get out to minimize their losses. And when they go out, that means they are selling. So the supply and demand imbalance is going to be on the selling side because there would be more sellers than the buyers. And when there are more sellers than the buyers, the price of the usually drops. And that's exactly you play the psychology. Yes, you are understanding the chart, you're reading the chart, but you also play the psychology behind it. So Tesla is coming up, so which is good. So yeah, Nvidia was a great short as well. So I think Tesla is gonna break the 435. I think Tesla has that strength of the breakage.
We need volume and APLD to break out now. But this is a nice, I'm hoping this turns out to be a consolidation breakout. And if it breaks out, this is going to 35, maybe even 36, potentially 38.
So I'm adding more on Tesla.
3. So 73. 63. Come on. I don't want it becoming below 85 ideally. Come on, I need volume. Tesla is gonna go to 435.67 to 436.10. And this is the long right now. Like, I'll take it with you. One pullback. No, this is to the penny. Just go.
I think Tesla is gonna pop, guys.
Yeah.
I think Tesla is setting up for a pop. And when it pops, it's gonna pop like a boss. I'm adding more on Tesla. Tesla is setting up for a pop. Come on, Tesla. Don't do this to me. Let's go. Break 434.50.
So the reason I'm bullish Tesla is we did a perfect Fibonacci retracement, held it, hit the first target, hit the second target, pull back, consolidation, ascending wedge, and then you get this price. Maybe even yesterday. Come on.
Yeah, it dropped. So let's see what it does if it comes back again. I think it has a chance to pop up. I think very quickly it will pop up.
Just want APLD to break out, man.
What is APLD doing now? Oh, Tesla popped up. Very nice. So Tesla is setting up for a pop. Come on, left 50 for. It's going to 434.47, but after 47, it's not able to lift. I'm actually adding more here. I think it has a chance to lift. Lift. 45. Boom. Lift. Hold now. Hold. Yeah, it's holding now. So hold. 50 is holding. No, it did not hold. Drop the 50 again. Yeah, it did not. It couldn't hold the 50. So let's see if it gives us one more push. Yeah, it tried to pop up, but no continuation. Man, that SNDK, man, what a drop on SNDK.
I don't trade stuff like that, man. I find it very annoying to trade stuff like this.
SNDK, wow, man. It is insane on how it was coming. I saw that coming, but you just don't know when it's gonna happen. I definitely saw that coming. It was insanely how things got really extended. I'm adding a little more on Tesla, guys. I think Tesla has a chance to pop up. My average has come to 432.59. 432.59. Yeah.
Man, somebody keeps on selling 34.40 on APLD. I need a volume spurt to get through. My stop loss is now about 10 cents higher.
Okay, boom, boom. Let's go. Lift the 430, 460, guys. 60 is gonna lift. Very nice. I knew Tesla, you were gonna there. You were gonna pop.
Not liking this.
Come on, go to 435. I'm gonna sell some at 435. I think it's gonna break 435 now.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely are. Going to 435.53, if not 436. No doubts in my mind about that. Oh, and this is a good candle for it to pop on a 2-minute chart.
Okay. Boom. 435. Sold some 435. I knew. Very nice, Mr. Pijo. Yeah, I knew it. I'm saying what Brian says. I knew it. What a day it turned out to be. I can say I made my week for today.
Yeah, so did
Yeah.
I. Gave back
Wow.
a little, but it's still. I had a great day, by the way, yesterday, Paras.
Oh, really?
Yeah, late afternoon trading. I got like a $3 move on SPY with obviously contracts. So it was a
Yeah.
good day.
I had a fucked up day, but I was profitable.
Yeah, I
So
remember that. I remember us trading Tesla together. No, I had a very good day. I was surprised. I was like 5 out of 5 on all my trades.
nice.
Damn.
So that was a bad rejection on Tesla. And 435 continues to be that area that keeps rejecting. But I still have some room to survive. My average is 432.50. Yeah, 432.57. 59, sorry.
I'm gonna forget about APLD. Either we make 10 cents or we make $2. Let's see what happens.
There is a CAM pivot level there, 435.
435.27. But that's, I mean, it's okay to have a CAM pivot level, Paras. It's just a level in itself is meaningless. It's more about SPY selling down than the pivot, because technically we didn't even touch the pivot. But it's the SPY which is selling down, which is causing everything to go. And SPY, if
Yeah.
it sells down now, can really potentially go to 685.
Yeah.
690 is not lifted.
And usually what I've seen is when I'm looking for some real big moves, they tend to have a deeper pullback. Like this is the move. This is like what you call as a ascending wedge pattern. Like this is 435 is the area where it's a strong support level, and there is this ascending wedge that has been forming right here. So it's making higher highs, making higher highs, making higher highs, making higher highs. And then it starts, eventually it contracts, and then it breaks out like a boss. And sometimes before it does that, it traps a lot of people trying to go down, and then eventually there's this big volume that comes in and just breaks out of it. So I think the thing that is happening right now is basically a trap, which is trapping a lot of people who are trying to hold. And hopefully I'm able to survive it, because I'm very getting close to my break-even point. So hopefully if I'm able to survive it, I will be capturing a bigger move from above 435. So this is what what my plan is looking like. So these are the areas of trap. They don't always happen, but when they happen, either they take you in that trap, or it also gives you a good opportunity to enter. Like here would have been a great entry. Now if it claims again the 434.50 area, then very good chance that it breaks this time on the thing. So that feels like it was a trap. So let's see if it is able to hold the 434.
Oh man, APLD is moving so slowly now. I guess it's a $34 stock and it's finding value, and we are right at value. I just wanted to break out of 34.41, else it falls all the way back to 32.91. 80 cents. I'm up 3% on this name. That's stupid. Looking more like a bull flag now, but again rejecting the upper. This time we fail. Should be all out.
So this would be a tell. If this now breaks and makes a new low, then chances are that it's not gonna continue. But this is gonna be my add here. So I'm gonna add here. This is the area which has to confirm. If it doesn't confirm, then we are in the I'll get stopped out break even. I'm adding more, guys.
Looks like we can touch. Stop loss is exactly where it's supposed to add.
I'm adding some more on Tesla. I think it's gonna pop up. I think the tape is holding the 434. So let's see if it gives us the, yeah, good. So it popped up. I think it's gonna pop up.
.7. Yeah, that's the idea. 33.7, that's what you have. I have 33.73 and my stop loss is at 33.71. And that's the lowest of the low. But I see what you're saying. Let's see what happens. All we are doing is expanding the Bollinger and rejecting, but still trending over the 9 on the 5. So one green 5 and then boom, we go. That's my expert. We need to clear 33.40 seller. And the SPY choppiness doesn't help. PLTR long. Nate, PivotBot is a way of, it's a trading system called Camarilla Pivots. It's Thor's strategy, and the PivotBot is just calling out trades based on his system on what might play out. There's a cheat sheet. I think I have that cheat sheet. So for these LE, what does it mean? It means lower value something, but I have a cheat sheet somewhere. Hold on.
I love you, Tesla. I love you, man. Did anybody take that, guys? What are like? This is a pinpoint. I pinpointed it. This is. We literally pinpointed at 434.
Here's the cheat sheet. Oh, Dwayne beat me to it. Yeah, dude, trust me, 435.53 is gonna come. Somebody had other questions.
Nice,
Alan?
nice, Sean. Yeah, and this is the exact thing that I was talking about, right? Like exact plan. It traps the people, it holds it, and then it goes. But now let's see if it is able to hold again and then break the 435 with a bang. That's what I want to see. I would love to see 435 bang. Like I would love to see like just blow out of 435 and never look back again. Yeah, you don't know if it's how many times it's gonna reject, but you know the volume is there now. All I'm looking for is this is a perfect setup for a breakout. It can always pull back again, hold it, trap again. It can always do that, and you don't know how much of a seller a person, how much of a selling order the person has at 435. You don't know that. He could have like 100 million shares to sell at 435, and he would just keep selling at 435 every single day. But if the buyers are strong, they're gonna lift. You see that? Now you see that lift? Love you, man. This is exactly what I told you. Like it blows out. It blows out of this. Like it blows out of 435 and break like a boss. And this is exactly what a real breakout looks like. You see that,
Yeah,
guys?
right.
Like this is live trading in front of you and calling it out every single tick.
Yeah, 435.53 had to happen, and you see the stall there, right here. That stall is
And
Algo's taking profit.
yeah, and I'm not done yet. I want to hold it until 440. I'm looking for 440, and that's where my mindset is capturing that big picture out of it. Now 435 becomes an important resistance. Now becomes the support. Now 435 should be the area that should hold. Like it doesn't have to pinpoint at 435. Maybe it pulls back to 434.50, again comes back, but 435. Ideally, when the stocks are strong, they tend to hold the levels like a boss. So you absolutely and this is all tape, guys. Like that pinpointing at 434 that we added, and I kept adding when I was seeing those confirmations. I'm literally risking 5 cents or 10 cents there, right? So it's and capture that real $2 move. It gives you a very, very high risk reward.
Now I'm really hoping APLD goes to 35.
See this, guys? This is not stopping now. Now this is what I love trading. This is where you start a position, you go heavy, keep adding, and then riding to the big moves to the upside. And this is what makes your weeks. This is just you are sitting back. You are never on the negative position. You're always on the positive side. You're always in the driver's seat. You're always making money and scaling out. So these are the positions that I like. When it hits you, you capture the maximum juice out of it. If it gives you, you capture the maximum juice out. And that's the whole thing about trading, right? If it doesn't give you, it doesn't give you. You get stopped out, you take the loss, go back home. But when it gives you, It is your responsibility to capture the maximum juice out of it. What do you laugh about?
No, I coughed. But yeah, that was a great trade, great consolidation breakout trade.
Yeah, thanks, Greg.
36, 67. $2 more, 8% more on
Mr. Pijo. Of course, like uh, because your thesis is aligning with your price action, right? So let's see 436 comes like a boss, selling some 436.
I'm just holding my APLD. That's all I'm doing. There we go. Now I want to push. Give me a push. So we cleared the seller here. This entire area should become support. Even if we pull back, we should not go below 33.90. Ideally, we should not go below 34.35 or moving average. But we just follow the 5 now. So no new 5-minute low, basically. That's my stop loss. Or whatever profit I make. Ideally, I don't want it going under the 9 right after a breakout. Ideally. So Alan had a question. There's one thing he doesn't understand. You only enter the trade according to game plan. You choose the stock and play, blah, blah, blah. The entry price has a nice RR. Stop loss is set before entering the trade. Close to VWAP 20 support line, partial at key levels. That too. Where's the second strategy? That sounds like one strategy.
Where are you looking at, Gary? Where are you reading this from?
11:31 a.m.
Sorry?
11:31 a.m.
Oh, 11. Oh, wow. Okay.
Your commentary was going on, so I didn't want to like
Oh,
interrupt.
right. Oh, sorry.
No, but don't be sorry, man. You made people money. That's more important. So I'm not sure, Alan, what the question is, to be honest. I'm not sure what the question is. Oh. What's APLD doing on the one? And this is going to be a boring trade to hold.
I'm thinking of adding more on Tesla.
Tesla.
Let's see if it gives us a deeper pullback.
Died on APLD. 8,000, 2,000, 100. Yeah, even the tape has died on APLD. So you know what I'm gonna do?
Okay, so 435 is coming. adding more on Tesla. So currently the sellers are trying to take over at 435, but the buyers are trying to hold, but the buyers don't seem that strong. And maybe it has to do with SPY too. SPY is selling off too. So buyers don't seem that strong enough to hold it. But it's absorbing well, so we'll see how it. I think it drops and rebids again, so we'll see. Is that why is the candle looking red? I'm. Was that a sarcastic comment? Then yeah, because when I say something, it's basically at that point. I'm not looking at. If you see, I added more on the long side. But at that point of time, what I'm doing is I'm reading the tape, which is time and sales area. And I'm trying to understand that I did go long, but I was looking for a continuation to the upside. But at that point of time, even though you see these green candles, or sometimes even at those areas where you see green candles, you'll still see sellers out there. Just because that candle that you see red or green doesn't always depict the picture of what is happening inside that candle, right? And that's always the case of what is happening at that moment, so that you can identify with much more certainty and get better entries. Like if you look at the previous areas where I added more, right? At this point, right here, this was a red candle. Why would I add more? Because I would say that the stock is actually selling off and it's gonna go down. Even this was a red candle, but why would I add more here? Because I started seeing buyers getting into it, like the buyers taking over. Even at this point when I was adding, I said that it's gonna pop up. Because the buyers were, which is not reflected in the candle, which is usually a candle is also a lagging indicator. A price is definitely could be there, but the price is passes through this tape, and the candle is formed later than the tape what is being formed. So if you're able to identify beforehand, you can identify what's going to happen in the near future. And that's what my job is, day in day out, that to able to find out the move maybe few seconds or maybe few minutes before. And if I'm able to do that, that's an edge overall. in trading. And that comes with understanding how to read the order flow. That comes with understanding how to get it and get exposed to it. And that brings me to the thing that, guys, there are a couple of offers going on. If anybody wants to get exposed to tape reading and learn the concept of tape reading, there is one link that I would share. Let me see if I can get that link for you guys. So this is the I think Andrew brought it up too, but this is basically the if you are interested in Amen's course, which talks about the multiple time frame analysis and the tape reading. So usually these two combined courses are worth like 4,000, plus you get an additional 50,000 complimentary funded account as well. So it's worth 4,000, but you're only getting it for 19.99. You get both tape reading as well as these two courses, plus an additional free funded account with it. So that's, if you are interested, check this out on the bundle. This was the thing. So it's just a, and secondly, there is, if you are only want to use the what do you call just the tape reading, if you want to get exposed to tape reading, then you can get to so this is the one where you can get in, which is tape reading. This is also available for 19.99, but what you can do is, once you are enrolling it, at the time of enrollment, you can use the BBT 800 off, and once you apply that, it basically gives you an $800 discount on it, so you'll get it for 1199. So if you're interested, check that out and use the promo BBT 800 off. Okay, that was just the thing, and 435 is popping up. Very nice. So 435 claimed. This was ad, and this is exactly what I was looking for the break of 435. And let's see if it breaks the 436 and goes to 440. That's what my thing is. Anyways, so it was it's 12 p.m. guys. It's top of the hour. Hope it was valuable session for you guys. Have a great rest of the day. See you guys in the tomorrow. Today is what? Today's Thursday. Today's Thursday or Friday? Today's Thursday. Okay, so we'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, guys. Take care, Gary. Bye bye. Gary's frozen.
Hey everyone, good afternoon guys. How are you all doing today? We all had an amazing day today. Hello David and Jahan. Hello V-Trade, Simon. I'll just share my screen. Sorry, wrong one. Let me fix that. This is the noisy screen. Fix that part now. And there it is. That's the one. So, how was today, guys? Oh, AMD still going down to hell? What a pain. Let's see what's going to happen to it when it approaches the lows. Anyway, guys, red day for me today, small red day, and honestly bad management because the trade ended up working out, but I decided to bail earlier. But there were a few reasons why I did that. First of all, I was not watching RIVN. One of my mentees ended up calling it in the multiple time frame mentees hub, and I took a look at the daily chart and I loved how it was holding this area. You see previous resistance acting as support, rejected this area so many times, and yesterday it closed as a bullish candle, so I expected that today it's going to be long as well. Then I switched to the 60-minute chart and I saw that on the 60-minute chart we're having a nice tiny range. At the open we had a nice fake breakdown. After the fake breakdown we squeezed. So what I did not like about RIVN is that I had a bad entry on it. I was supposed to enter somewhere around here, but I was watching coin at the moment and I missed the best entry on it. I ended up chasing it slightly, and I know that RIVN does not run a lot. The ATR on it is a bit tight, so I cannot play it long around here, having my stop loss somewhere down here or somewhere around here. So I decided to put my stop loss at 20.09 just to give it some room, hoping that it will keep the momentum to 20.59, which is my fourth one target. At an average of approximately 19, stop loss 09, target 59, which is a fourth one. Unfortunately, it went against me, did not touch my stop loss, and this is where I had a mistake. Why would I bail on a trade at 0.7 or 0.6 R when there is a chance to make 4 Rs? So this tiny mistake, it did not cost me only half an R that I lost per trade or 0.6 R that I lost per trade. It cost me 4.6 Rs in my PNL. Instead of making 4, sticking to the plan, I ended up bailing before it hit my stop loss. But this tiny double top on the 1 minute chart and the huge volume on the second 5 minute candle in comparison to the opening candle, both of that made me worried a little bit, and I just decided to cut the trade. But I guess it is what it is. No regrets. Can't have it green every single day. We'll probably do better tomorrow. The second stock that I was watching was Coin. Similar idea. Weekly chart around the lows after a bullish candle. Daily chart making a higher low after a hammer. 60-minute chart, not exactly a fake break, but I can see a level that is being held, and I expected a long move, especially if it was selling off during the pre-market. There was a potential entry, risk-free, and I was hesitant. Should I pull the trigger on RIVN or should I pull it on Coin? I ended up pulling it on RIVN, but RIVN and Coin ended up working well too. Overall, I wouldn't say it's a bad day. It's a good day. The trade ideas worked out nicely. It was clean opening, clean price action, but poor management. Harvey, let's take a look at SNDK for you. Yeah, that's a huge sell-off on it. It needed it though, right? That's a big move from 40-ish all the way to 360. I've been scalping the SPY in this range. Oh yeah, I see this range on the SPY and on the Qs as well. Think you're doing well scalping it within this range. Just keep doing that. Think totally worth it. Watching the market to reach this area one more time, and then we'll see how it's going to behave down here. So how did you guys do today? where would have been your entry on coin? The risk-free trade. One of the entries at the open for me is playing it as it goes from red to green while being far from the 9 on the 1 minute chart. And then if it rejects the 9, we exit at break even. If it continues, so that would have been the entry, the turning point of 9:31 candle. Russell, this is why I share this rule. I shared it with my mentees, I shared it with BBT members. You need to stop trading after a red trade. So if you had a winner followed by a winner followed by a loser, or a winner followed by a loser, or a loser followed by a loser, you call it a day. Because after this, the psychology gets triggered, and after this, it could just go downhill. This rule around here will keep your green days big, sometimes around break even, or sometimes really small losers. But these days around here are the days that are going to keep your PNL curve going to the upside. Always stop trading as a loser. You need to believe in the fact that accepting a loss actually makes you money. It does not cost you money. And I really mean it. You need to actually accept the fact that stopping at a loser makes you money. Stopping at a winner does not make you money. This is what I did today. I ended up having a small loser. I allow myself to trade after a loss, one more trade, but I was emotional. This trade triggered me. Normally a loser does not trigger me. What triggered me is my poor management of the trade, and I knew that I'm emotional, and I knew that if I continue trading I could actually do really bad. So I just accepted the day at a small loser, and it's totally fine, because my smaller winner is around 4 hours, and I'll easily make up this money and more tomorrow or after. Exactly, Karthik. I know that it's easier said than done, but I can tell you that most of my mentees who are actually trading following this rule are consistently profitable. I mean, this rule by itself is not going to make you consistently profitable. You need to be good at trading price action. You need to be good at the technicals. You need to have a solid strategy. But combining all that with this rule is going to make you money. Sometimes they never reverse, and sometimes they reverse after you are done. If I take a look at NVIDIA, according to my rules, that was an entry for a reversal. That's what we call a parabolic reversal with a risk-free entry. Then we needed to be extended on the 60-minute chart after a reversal candle. So between 11 and 12, it offered another entry, which probably would have been around here, 1140, 1135, which also has failed. This would have worked, this would have failed, and now there are no signals for a reversal. You know what they say, Teddy? Buy the bad news, sell the good news. When the news come out, the big players actually know about them or knew about them, so the impact has already happened. Mustafa Ilham, to put stop loss after you are in the trade, you need to use the montage. On the montage, change the row to stop, write down or type down the amount of shares that you have, stop loss range or market, whatever you want to have, the trigger price, and then hit the sell button. On the montage, choose the row to stop type market, and write down the trigger price. That's it. And then hit the sell button if you're long, the buy button if you're short. Does that make sense? You're welcome. Can you check Tesla orders? Yes, I can do that. So let's see what we have here on Tesla. I'd say Tesla is neutral. It's not long on Atlas and it's not short either. There is a close order to the current price sitting at 433, which is enough of a bullish sign than a bearish sign. But overall it's neutral. For trading opportunity. Michelle, around 950. 950 I think is a good time to start looking for reversals. But that's for parabolic reversals, this type of reversals. Big volatile move, and then we'll go for a V risk-free trade. These one usually between 950 and 1030. For later during the day, reversals based on the 60-minute chart, usually after 12 p.m. By 12 p.m., we could have 3 hourly candles, and we could get an extended stock on the hourly chart, like this. See, 1, 2, and that's kind of the third. And then we can start looking for a major pullback. From 9:50 till 11 maximum, I look for the 5-minute chart, 5 and 15. After 12, I look at the 60-minute chart and 15-minute chart. And once I put the stop loss using market order like you showed, if I add more shares to the position, does the stop loss remain the same order? You need to put another stop loss. If you add, you need to put a new stop loss. PLTR looks like a reversal. This looks like a solid entry, to be honest. The hourly chart looks good. The 30 did not pull back. The 15. This is a good entry for a reversal right now. Yes, first of all, it did sell off more than the average true range. The average true range on it, I don't know, $6. I'm just looking at the daily chart. It looks like maybe $7 to $8. And today it sold off $8 approximately. So the 100% of the average true range is hit. Second thing, it is sitting in a range. You see, that's the high of the range. Approximately, that's the low of it. And I prefer reversals when there is no direction, when the chart is messed up. So you can get big pullbacks to the downside. You could get big pullbacks to the upside. It's rare to get good trends within a range, even though we had a few red days in between. We're sitting around a solid level. I love yesterday's high, yesterday's low, 2 days ago high, 2 days ago low for reversals. It's parabolic on the 60-minute chart, 3 consecutive candles, and it's parabolic on the 15-minute chart with a fake breakdown at 11:30. So I think it's good enough, and if it fails, then it's totally fine. This is solid strategy. Sean, you're still scalping the SPY? You're shorting it every time it reaches the high? I think a big move is coming soon, either to the downside or to the upside, but if it keeps rejecting, eventually it will either explode to the upside or it'll just get too exhausted and ends up selling off. The average true range on the SPY, I think around $5, right? 5-6. And today we're sitting within a $2.50 range. It still has 2.5 in its pocket, and it could actually either make it up there, 692, or sell off all the way to 685. And honestly, both are realistic based on the daily chart. Do 7 and 8, Sean. I'm just kidding. Good job. What report do we have tomorrow, JBR? I'm behind the news. Don't keep close eye on them. Well, this looks like it. It could end up selling off. What do we have in the queues? This actually looks bearish. Did you already took a Tesla? I think I did. Yeah, we did take a look at Tesla. There was a big order at 433, which is a bullish order, and it could break the high of the day still. But I don't see a good risk to reward ratio on it. Well, my swing trading strategy is pretty simple. It's more of an investing or longer term holding. I use it on well known stocks like Apple, AMD, Amazon, Netflix. And whenever they drop around 30 to 40%, I just buy it and hold. Or I look for, same thing, really strong companies that are sitting around 3 years low. 3 or 4 years low. So if we take a look at Apple around here, 2025, 2024, 2023, somewhere around here. If it ends up going all the way to this area, that would be my buy area. So two things, either 40 or 30% drop and then just simply hold on to it. Or I want to see it around 3 to 4 years low level to buy it. I don't do day trading type on swing trading. I found this to be the highest accuracy. There are not a lot of opportunities though for this type of trading. It's just a small addition. I mainly do day trading at the open, but sometimes opportunities like these present themselves. Yes, Sean, exactly. Just buy low, sell high. Sometimes it goes lower, right? This is really ugly, but it's forming a pennant. The hourly is still bullish on it. But it could still sell off. Oh, Tesla hit 436. It did. Nice. I mean, do you think Sophie is a good momentum long tomorrow? Tomorrow? Yeah, could be. It could also good momentum for today after the fake breakdown. It is at the low of the range. It did have the fake breakdown and nice squeeze afterwards. 4 minute. 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 It was good today, and it'll probably be good tomorrow as well. Alan, it's difficult to read the level 2 on NASDAQ and the SPY. It's usually neutral. You see, it's usually the same on both sides. Could have a bit more on top or a bit more on lower side, like here. But it's usually difficult to read. I more rely on patterns when I analyze the cues or the SPY. So if PLTR goes below 177, probably will be out of it. But if it goes below 177, it doesn't mean that it failed. It'll probably offer a second opportunity for a reversal. And I might take that one. For now, it's so close for a stop. The mark, I would ignore this order, but I can see this big order at 177. Other than that, it's neutral as well. 175, ignore this order. It will be the same one at 180 probably. It's difficult to zoom this thing out. So let's see. Yes, Nan, it is good all day, but you can find more opportunities between 9:50 and 10:30. After 10:30, you'll have less opportunities, but you could use the exact same rules utilizing the 60-minute chart and the 15-minute chart. Nan, after market and pre-market, you could do it if the stock is volatile. Alan, I don't use pivot points. I mainly use levels and patterns. And honestly, it's not a must for me to have a confirmation on Atlas, but when it's there, it's a good boost. let's see it feeling the 177, and then I'll start looking for a long. I might pull the trigger on this thing if it feels the 177 and goes past this area. You did it again, Sean? I can expect an 8 then. This is why I love range plays. The breakout will happen only once, but the bounce on ranges happens multiple times. I want this to be filled before I pull the trigger for a long. Or maybe at least this closing as a hammer. We'll see now. We have 5 to 6 minutes. Yeah, I want to see it grabbing these orders around here, or these shares, and recovering to 177.60ish, or at least closed as a hammer before going past 178.20ish. I want my entry to be somewhere around here. We'll see. This order was weird. We had around 20,000 shares order around here. It got filled partial and cancelled. Alan, I might take a long if this closes as a hammer within 4 minutes. Because 4 minutes could change everything. In 4 minutes, it could sell off all the way back to the low and close as a reverse hammer and then fill the order. I'll wait for this candle to close and I'll start building my position to the long side. I think I can allow myself one extra trade today. Being down less than 1 hour. We would also need a small higher low on the 1 minute chart because that's already a straight move up. We need some sort of a reset. It could happen either before or after the 15-minute candle closes, that does not matter. If it doesn't do a reset, I'll just scale into the position and start it with a small long and then add later. Either way, I think I'll start small because this is still worrisome. Just don't run up straight, please. Yeah, I'll take a look at NVIDIA in a second. I'll just probably put my limit order. And I'll take a look at NVIDIA. One more minute. All right, so I'll just probably get in with a small position long, or maybe I'll just place a limit order down here for a reset. Yeah, I'll place a limit order. I think that would be wiser. I'll wait for it to grab it, and then we'll scale in more. Now let's go to NVIDIA while that order is sitting down here. It's just that we had so many 1 minute candles in a row and I don't want to have a really wide stop loss on it. Now NVIDIA for a reversal, you're saying? I don't like the daily clearing these areas, but it's still sitting within a buy zone for sure. Hourly candle not ready yet, nor the 30-minute chart. 15-minute candle looks like it's setting up. Probably after a higher low on the 5-minute chart, it will be good. Now let's see. So I have my order on PLTR at 177.80. We'll wait for the price now to drop into it, and it probably needs to do that because it was a big move already. And then I'll look for an ad above 60-ish. While it's doing that, let's keep scanning for something else to trade. I'm not going to risk full R on it, gents, because I don't like that order at 177. I'll probably risk a full R on it after it goes past 78, 60-ish for another ad. So I'm in PLTR. You're looking to take profits on PLTR at 180-ish, which is VWAP. I think, yeah, it makes sense, but it's too far. I think I'll start looking in profits at 79 or 79.20-ish. Netflix was one of the stocks that I was looking at for a swing, but zooming it out for the last few years is just so far from these 3 years area level. So let's see what's going to happen on this thing. I think pattern wise it looks really good. Even the entry that we called out around here did not fail yet. I thought it's going to trigger the stop losses, but it did not. You see, there was no point playing it to the long side around here, risking a few extra cents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles. It needed to pull back. And when you see so many candles in a row like this, rather than chasing a stop, put a limit around a logical level. For example, a retest area, 9 moving average, 20, etc. And then if it grabs your order, all good. Obviously, if it fails, it's still 1 hour, whether you played it around here, whether you played it around here. But if it goes in your favor and it works out, these extra 30, 40 cents that you got a better entry on will squeeze you an extra couple hours or maybe 1.5 hours if it goes in your favor. You see, you don't really need to read the tape to look at the level to be able to get these type of entries. Just by reading price action, understanding how much the market moves and how far it goes, how big of a pullback it needs, you can still nail the exact same entries and exact same exits. I use just multiple time frame analysis to snipe these type of entries. Now it still did not work out yet, but I think it's valid and it's good. And honestly, if the 15-minute candle closes bullish, I could move my stop loss to break even. It's not a break even trade for me yet. I'm not gonna move it yet to break even. But after 1 p.m., I'll move my stop loss to break even. So it either gets me out at my original loss minus 1 hour before 1 p.m. or it's going to be a risk-free after 1 p.m. We'll see. Thank you, Rodi. I always tell my people this: if you go through multiple time frame analysis course, I'm not promising consistency after it, but I promise that you will look at the markets from a new perspective. And that's something everyone who took the multiple time frame analysis course could confirm. Speaking of that, you could get it for 40% discount using the promo ATR40. How do you determine your target? Use the swing highs and swing lows pivot points. I'm looking at this area for my first target. Probably around 179 or maybe 179.30ish. We'll see. You see, that's bullish or bearish? Anyone? Sure, now you can buy my course. Exactly, it's a bullish order. These are bids stepping higher. It doesn't guarantee that the price is going to go up. It could still go down, but these are small clues. I'll just put small limit order around here. And one around here. And let's keep going. Normally, I would already be up around 3 hours around here. But like I said, I did not like the order at 77. It was still feeling a bit bearish, so I did not go in with my full size on it. It's okay though. If it works, could turn my day back to green. Good job, Alan. Glad that you managed to make some money on it. Not all. I'll lock in some profits and then I'll decide what to do. I mean, it's still so far from there. It still needs to go double of this move to hit my target. But it's almost risk-free. I think at this stage I'm safe to say that I can move my stop loss to break even. Simon, it works really nicely. You don't need to pay them. No, it's 6% honestly. But I have a bank account outside Russia because I cannot withdraw my cash directly to Russia. And I do pay taxes, but it's difficult. I need to pay them to buy properties and other stuff. But I would say it's not as regulated maybe or as strict as it is maybe in Western countries. You don't have to pay taxes. Yeah, in Dubai it's also zero taxes on What happened on NVDA, by the way? Slowly going up. Andrew, does he need to pay taxes? I don't know. I think he moved the company to Dubai specifically because of this. But you need to be living outside Canada for more than 6 months. If he's living in Canada more than 6 months, then he's he needs to pay taxes to Canada. I think that's why he's traveling a lot. Yeah, exactly. I think so as well. It makes sense. If you are outside Canada for more than 6 months, then you don't need to pay the taxes to Canada. Brunaz, if you are in it, I think you are in the good side, and there is room all the way to 118, and it'll probably hit the 118. If you're looking for an entry for a long, then it's too late. I mean, what do you think of the market being 24/7? How will it influence our trading? I think we'll still have the highest volatility at 9:30 because that's where the 9 to 5 jobs are going nowhere, right? And we'll still get this volatility at 9:30 the most. Think about futures. They're open 24/7. Not 24/7, maybe 23, right? But you still get the most volatility on NQ and on ES the most at from 9:30 till 12 approximately, right? Same thing about crypto. So even if it's going to be 24/7, it's not going to influence it a lot. I think though they were thinking about removing the PDT rule, right? I think that's going to add liquidity to the market. The ATR is going to increase, volatility are going to increase, and we're going to get better moves. Yeah, that's actually good news. It's not bad news. So guys, I moved my stop loss on PLTR. It's not break even, it's slightly below break even now. Just to make sure that I can go for a second leg up. But no partials. Let's take a look at Amazon. I don't like it for a reversal. It cleared the high with huge volume. It could reverse, but it's really bullish. Even the daily. Breaking multi-month levels. I don't love playing reversals on stocks in an advancing phase breaking multi-month levels. Ideally for me, reversals need to be within ranges or into the direction of the trend. You're welcome. Alright guys, I think I'll be calling it today around here. I'm still in PLTR, I'll keep managing that trade. If you get any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearabletraders.com. Trade smart, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern. See you.
Oh, that was a nice one. How's everyone doing today? Kimberly C. Long time no see. Kimberly C. How you doing? Who else we got here? Good to see you back in the room. I don't know if you've been here every day. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. There you are. Who else? We have Simone's here, and Rick, and Percival. Everyone, all the usual crowd for the afternoon. Bink Balls, Mark J. Good to see everybody. I hope you had a good trading day. Dean's here. Harvey. I was just going to say, what did everyone trade today? Harvey traded APLD. That's a ticker I've not heard mentioned in a while. And I can't remember what it is. What is APLD? APLD, Applied Digital Corporation. Great name. That's a company that could be anything. The Applied Digital Corporation. They could make, who knows what they make? They could make anything from nuclear missiles to speak and spells or something like that. Who knows? What's a speak and spell, you ask? It's a device from the 80s where you could, what was a speak and spell? It would speak to you and it would tell you a word and then you try to spell it and it would tell you if you were correct or not. It was basically like, we all thought it was AI back in the 80s. I don't know. How many people here are old enough to have a speak and spell? Kimberly had one. You have them in your attic, Mac. You got to fire one up. It's kind of a futuristic device back in the day, wasn't it? There was a speak and spell, and I think there was a speak and read. There's a couple of them. There's a math one too. The math one was gray. I think we had all three. My parents loved them. They thought they were going to make me and my sister geniuses. Didn't work out that way, but we had all of them. They had a handle at the top so you could carry them around. Oh man, getting all nostalgic now. Speak and spell. This was the speak and spell. And I think there was a speak and read. Yep, that one was yellow. And there was like a math one. It couldn't have been called speak and math, though. That's stupid, right? But it was gray. I knew it. Oh, it is speak and math. That's hilarious. Doesn't have quite the ring as speak and spell and speak and read. But anyway. And this owl guy, what was he about? I think that was just a calculator, but I remember this thing as well. Good times. Anybody who's like less than 45 years old is like, John, shut up. We have no idea what you're talking about. Is that how old AI is, Steve? I know the idea of having like large language models, neural nets, that's all really old stuff. That goes back a long way. They had the ideas a long time ago. That we just didn't have the compute power to bring it to life. But now, here we are. We finally got there, and we can make stupid-looking pictures to share on the internet and piss each other off. We finally got to where AI is useful. There was a chatbot in college, or a chatbot in the 60s called Eliza. I'll have to look this up. It's actually kind of fascinating, Steve. I wonder if there's a good YouTube video on the origins of AI. Probably is. Have to go looking for that. Anyway, what's the stock market doing? Let's change to some higher time frames here because these 5-minute charts are looking a little smushy, right? Let's go to 15-minute charts this time of day. Pretty gross looking charts. I don't know how you guys felt today, but these are not particularly good looking. But yeah, APLD had a great open. Oh yeah, Simone. Simone's in the boot camp. Obviously, she's in the current boot camp 17 that just started. So you're saying you're doing the observation exercise, and you'd like to know whether these two trades qualify as high day breaks. And the first thing you want me to do, Simone, is break out my microscope, because what the hell kind of screenshot is this? I have to take my glasses. Where are we? I can't. Those are too small, Simone. Where are the trades? Use the old snipping tool and try to snip in a little closer there, perhaps. It looks like you did a print screen, maybe. I don't know. That's way more information than I need. Give me a 1-minute chart of those two trades. They can be on the same 1-minute chart or a separate chart. Sean, you hit your 435. I remember you took the 435. That 435 bounce worked yesterday, by the way. I mean, assuming you held on. It went below 435, and then it eventually worked out. But you took it again today, is what you're saying? So how far? So Tesla yesterday, actually not that far. Tesla went down to 434.25. Oh, you're talking yesterday. Okay. You had it right. I mean, it essentially bounced at 435. It's just the nature of Tesla that you're going to need to give yourself some room. Tesla's a stock you often want to give yourself at least $1, I think, on of space on a stop. And that would have worked. It's easy for me to say in hindsight, oh, you should use $1, Sean. You would have been fine. I know that sounds like bullshit, but, $1 on Tesla is reasonable. And anyway, yeah, it was a good call. So you did make some money on that. That's awesome. All right, Simone's got this. Okay, so they're Tesla trades. I got you, Simone. All right, this is better. But I'm probably going to make my own chart here just so it'll be a little easier for me. So give me a second. So these are Tesla trades, and you took them around 11:30-ish and 12:45-ish. Okay. $11:45. I'm just trying to get a screenshot here. That's, ooh, yuck, that's a gross looking screenshot. I don't want that. We'll use this one. Let's see if we can squint our eyeballs and make this work. All right, there is a chart. Now there's 2 trades on here, but these are not Simone's trades. These are my trades from this morning. I took 2 trades on Tesla earlier back here. So Simone took them at what minute is that? That would be, well, now I want to get my little arrows so I can line up with the volume. Wait a minute. Oh, hold up. That's a 5-minute chart. Okay. So you took it at like 11. Must be this candle here. It is. You entered there. And you entered at... I didn't grab it. Let's just use this one for the first one. I'll get a second screenshot. Let's look at this one first. So that's your entry on that on this candles, and your entry is right around the top of that candle. Can you tell me your actual entry, Simone, on that first trade? Like, what is the price you entered at? Do you know? It should be in your trades window. Do you guys hear that cat? Fuck, I hate these cats. Hold on, I'm gonna go kill the cat. It's been 12 years, but it dies right now. I'll be right back. All right, the cat's dead. I should have done that a long time ago. 435.36 is where you entered. That's about right. Okay, so let me check. Now I gotta go to DOS and look at some exact numbers here. So the high was 435.18. And that would have been here. So 435.18 was the high of day. You entered above the actual high of day by 18 cents. And then took the trade, and it looks like you got a well, how much of a move did you get, Simone? I'm sorry. What was the exit on the first trade? We got to figure out these things. Okay, so you exit 436 exactly, or are you guesstimating? I'm only asking because that's a round number. Let's see. It matters. It always matters. You tried to make it sound better than it was. That's what you did. All right. And what was your stop? Where were you going to get out of this trade if it went wrong? $434.80. Okay. And was that a manual stop or a hard stop? Meaning, were you going to have to do that on your own, or did you set up DOS to get you out of that automatically? Manual. Naughty, naughty. Okay. So what was your target? I know you got out at 435.96, but did you have a target when you started the trade? I know you're a new trader, Simone, and if you're like, nah, I was just kind of going for it. Gut feeling, okay. Didn't have a target, okay. So let's see here, let's shrink this down a little bit. Ugh, tables and Google Slides are terrible. Let's do this. I will make you white and the fill. So the so your actual risk to reward. So you risked 56 cents to make 60 cents. So 60 divided by 56 is 1.07. All right. So now we have a better notion of what you did. No, it's not, but hey, we're getting started here, Simone. This is the beginning of boot camp is supposed to be like this, right? This is perfectly fine. I like this. This is a great discussion, and I like that you've asked this question. But these are the things we need to think about every time we take a trade. And I know it's hard to do ahead of time. A lot of new traders have a hard time saying, I don't know where I'm targeting. Like, I know where my stop is. I got that. I can look at how we did. So I will say about where you chose to get in, Simone, is good. Pretty good. So you got two really great things going for you here. You got nice building volume here. So this is what your volume looked like on your entry. And you can see these stair steps here, right? This is nice. So that's good. And then we've got your punch pattern, which looks like this, and it's pretty good looking. Oh, you're in the next boot camp. I'm sorry. Okay. I thought you were saying you're in this. You're doing the exercise for the next. Gotcha. Okay. Potato. You're your future boot camper. So I like your entry, Simone. I think it's really good. But there is something I would change about it. Do you know why this candle is so good here? More than likely, we can't ever say anything for sure in day trading. But do you know why this candle is particularly nice? Anyone want to guess? Why does it pop like that? Yeah, no wicks. That's nice. Who likes wicks, right? But why did it pop? The volume's good. It broke the high a day. Yeah, the volume's good. There's something I'm looking for though. There's something that I believed helped this thing pop. Think of where the low is on this candle. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, J2H. It broke the 435 resistance. Yeah. So we can't see it now, but almost certainly there were a bunch of buyers or sellers sitting at 435. And if I go back, Tesla hadn't broken 435 since 1059. It broke it back here. Which means Tesla went for almost 45 minutes without breaking 435. So buyers built up. Once it broke 435 back here, it would have cleared out. I keep saying buyers, it's sellers. Once it broke 435 here, it would have cleared out all the sellers. So that like you on Atlas, if you were watching, or you could see it on your level 2, you'd see on Atlas, you see a bunch of sellers at 435. Why? It doesn't get any simpler than this, folks. It's a dollar level and it's a $5 level. Yeah, it's a round number in two different ways. Oh, the SPY trade. Oh man, that's gonna be distracting. Yes, let's take the SPY trade. I'm gonna give a real quick explanation here because I want to get back to Simone's trade. We are gonna take a fake simulated trade on the SPY, and we're gonna target a $2 move, long or short. You get the vote, long or short. And I'm looking to get 50 votes. SPY's currently around 689.50, which means to the top side, we're looking for 691.50, or to the downside, we're looking for 687.50. Dollar move against us stops us out. Top 100 answers are on the board. I sound like the guy from Family Feud sometimes. I just got a note from DOS. Please note on Friday, January 9th, from 10 a.m. to 11, our offices will be observing a quiet hour. Well, that's nice. Hope they have a good time. 24 votes on the SPY trade. If we could pump those numbers up, that would be good. But yeah, so the bottom of this candle, this one that Simone entered on, the bottom is 434.81, and the top of the candle is 435.57. It's a nice big tall candle, so it's about 70 cents high. But more importantly, it broke through that 435 resistance, which had been building up again there for the past 45 minutes on this chart. And so what happens when you break through a bunch of sellers? When a candle's going higher, when price is going higher and it breaks through a bunch of sellers, there'll be a ton of orders at 435. I don't know how many there were there. There could have been 20,000, something like that. But the number of orders at 435.01 is significantly smaller, like a tiny fraction of what's at 435. And the number of sellers at 435.02 is the same thing. 03 is the same thing. So when you do break that, the buyers are forced to gobble up what's left above it if they still want to go long. And it's much easier to gobble up through those pennies that have barely any shares to sell at those prices. So the book suddenly buys up very quickly. This is the effect you often see when a high level of buyers breaks, and where buyers set up at dollar levels, and more so at $5 levels, and more so at $10 levels. It's one of the nicest things in day trading is that there are very few predictable things in this game. But for now, there's a lot of predictability in where buyers and sellers are going to put their shares, and they love the dollar levels and the $5 and the $10. So there you go. You pull up Atlas on any stock, check it out. It's generally true. So that's where the pop came from. Now, so where am I getting at, Simone? I like that you recognize the volume, and I like that you recognized a pretty good punch in the candles, in my opinion, up to the high a day. But where I would have tried to enter, Simone, to make this a better trade is right around 435, basically right before it. Like what I would be doing is watching to see how strong, like I want to see like one last little strong push right up to 435 and try to get in right around 435 or 434.95 to 435, somewhere in there, and not miss it too much. Like if I'm trying to get in around 435 on Tesla, I probably don't want to miss it by more than 10 cents or so. Somewhere around there is probably fine. But ideally, you get in right before 435. Make it prove to you that it's going to go there. Don't get in too early, especially because this wasn't the strongest punch. It was okay, but you can see it kind of got a little hesitant right before it broke, I think. You'd have to be watching this last push from that 434.81 up to the 435. You really got to stare at these 1 minute candles and trust that the volume you're seeing coming in is going to hold. But anyway, yeah, you want to get in right around 435, and that would have been a great entry. Your entry is a bit high because if you were trying to trade the 435 level, you missed it by 36 cents, and that's too much. If you were trying to trade the actual high day break, you missed it by 18 cents because it was 435.18 and you got in at 435.36. And that's a little bit too much as well. But it worked out for you. A very strong candle. And it worked. So that's good. Now the thing you definitely, we can look at this two different ways. You got out at, how high did this go? 436.14, and you got out at 435.96. The way it worked out, Simone, is you ended up playing this pretty well because you got out pretty close to where it topped out. But the problem is you didn't get a good risk reward. And so trading 1-to-1 trades over time is probably not going to work out. The better play, even though it would have not have made money, would have been to let this go and try to get more. Try to get the 437. I'm sorry, what did we say our stop was? Our stop was 36, about 50 cents, about half a dollar. So, well, wait a minute. Hold up. Yeah, no, what did we say? You got a 1 hour trade out of this. Yeah. Yeah, you just really needed to get more like a dollar move. So you needed to get out more like 436.36 really. Technically, you needed a little bit more than that, 436.50, somewhere around there, to kind of hit that minimum 2-to-1. I'm going to post the results of the poll now. We got 44 votes. Room wants to go long, so I'm just going to bring up the SPY real quick, and 100 shares, 100 fake shares, and buy. Are we in? Nope, I didn't do it right. The hell? Up. Oh, what am I doing? Hitting the wrong damn button. Oh my god. Nope, that's wrong. Buy, damn it. All right, we're in. 689.49. All right, let me pull up our spreadsheet here. Oh, shoot. I forgot to figure... Oh, what happened to our trade yesterday? I'm going to have to go back and figure that one out. Darn it. Ugh. I got pulled away from life yesterday. What is it, the 8th of January? We took this trade a bit late, but that's okay. I could get a stop order in here. SPY. Oh, I took too many shares too. Damn it. Anyway. All right. Stop range. Our stop 688.49 and our target is 691.49. Position. Sell. I took 200 shares by accident, so I'll just have to divide this by 2 in my head. That's all right. Yeah, so I think we covered that pretty well, Simone. Does that all make sense? Pardon me while I just put a drop shadow on these 2 boxes. I'm a big fan of drop shadows. They really make it pop. Let me, because this is such a piece of art, Simone, let me grab a screenshot of this. Oh, where would I put the stop loss? Okay. Your stop was fine. Let's go back and talk about that in a second. Let me just give you my beautiful piece of artwork here. So I don't use stops the way most people use them, Simone. Most people choose a technical level and place their stop below it or whatever. I get out of trades on a more time based method, and I'm not saying this is how you should trade high day breaks. It's just a method to do it. You choose your own method. There's nothing wrong with setting a stop and letting it hold right out. I mean, it's your discovery to make, Simone. That's why you're doing an observation exercise. So the whole point of what you're doing is to take trades, observe, make adjustments after you get an appropriate number of category 1, category 2 trades, and then move forward with another data set and make adjustments, etc. So I don't really want you to get hung up about how I would do it, but I will tell you how I do it. The way I do it is, if I was taking that trade, I would have tried to get in at 435. I would have taken 200 shares because it's the amount I've taken on Tesla. My full max loss stop would have been 434 because it would be $1 below 435, and if 200 shares falls $1, I would have lost $200. That's the most I'm willing to lose. That's my max loss. But the truth is that I would get out based on the feel of the trade. There's a number of sort of things I've observed over the years and sort of built-in intuition where I would have decided to stay in or get out. My average loss is like $70, $75, something like that. So that's what I would expect in the long term to lose on my trades. But I could lose $200 on that Tesla trade, or I could have lost $10, or I could have lost 40 or whatever. It could have been any number. But in the long term, it would have averaged out probably around 70, 75. And I would have, my target would have been a $200 to $400 trade. So at a minimum, I would want to take those 200 shares to 436 to get a $200 profit. That's the minimum. And where I probably would have gotten all out is 437, which would be 400. So I try to hit that 200 to 400 spot. That's what I do. For some reason, psychologically, it sort of works out better for me to give myself a range of profit to aim for, as opposed to a hard target, or just leaving it open-ended, like, well, just get in and see where it goes and see what's up. And who knows? Maybe I'll make $40. Maybe I'll make, $1,200. It's just I've found over time, for me, everyone's got their own brain they got to work with and their own problems and demons and psychological issues and whatnot. And I found it over time. It's better for me to aim for this window of goodness. It just seems to work with the way I like to trade. But there's nothing wrong with setting, like I said, a hard stop and a target and just let it work out. But again, you're in an observation exercise. This is for you to figure out. And, it's so much more valuable. It's easy to come here, Simone, and ask me what I do and what I've done for the past 6 years. It's very hard for me to transfer my intuition that I've earned doing this to you. In fact, it's not really possible. Yesterday during my PCT, we had a meeting, the first meeting of my Group B, and we calculated together that I probably have somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000 hours of screen time since I started day trading, full-time day trading. So that's what I've got after 6.5 years of trading or 7 years, whatever it is. I've got 5,000 to 6,000 hours, and so it's a lot. And you get a feel for things. It's just it sucks to say there's certain aspects of this I can't explain to you, but you do gather a feel for what you're doing, and you earn that over time. So you at the beginning of this observation exercise are beginning your journey of building your 5,000 hours, or 6,000, or Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hours, or 20,000 hours, whatever it ends up being in the end. Jake, no, I'm not sure I want to know that. Might not be very good. I don't really want to know. I could have been working at Wendy's this whole time, Jake, and done better. But you know what? It's less French fry grease in this office, so I got that going for me. But these are the two trades I took earlier today. I traded the same stock Simone did. And I traded Tesla for a high day break. Basically the break of 430 on the first trade. And the break of this resistance. I wasn't really particularly paying attention to the 431 level. I was trying to get some confirmation that this thing wanted to push through PDC. But this is my first trade. Very nice candle punch. Volume never materialized. You know, sometimes it doesn't. But if you get into a trade and it just carries anyway, well, do I care if the volume showed up? Nope. I get it. There's a lot of trades I take where I expect a spike in volume as I get in. It doesn't come, but the trade works out anyway. As long as I'm in the green, we let it go. You know, I'm not getting out of a trade because I didn't see my volume appear. If I'm in the green, right? If I'm already in the money. My max loss is down here. That's the $200 loss. I don't expect to take that, very often. About 10% of the time, I'm going to get stopped out for that max $200. But I let this go. And the funny thing was, the way it worked out, PDC was right around $200. Well, actually, it was a bit higher because you can see where I got out here on the first trade. That I made 198. So right at 200. So what happened was I got in, it hit PDC. I prayed to the gods of day trading to please let it go through PDC without giving me a freaking hassle. The gods looked down at me and said, eat shit. You're going to have trouble at PDC like you always do. And it rejected there, and it pulled back, and it just barely held above my entry. And then it made another run at PDC. And actually, the top of this wick was a $2 move, but it happened so quickly, I couldn't get it. I had many chances to take something in the 300 to 400. That was all up here. Just above PDC was probably like just getting above 300. But anyway, I held, and it started to falter again. And what I did is I moved my stop up to protect the $200 and just ended up taking that because I'm actually making a webinar for Trading Terminal tonight, and I really need to finish it. And so I didn't want to I just wanted my trades to kind of be quick if I was going to take some today, and just see what I could get, basically. So I moved my stop up, and I got the minimum profit on this one. And then I took this one later. Pretty good punch up to the high a day, or the level I was trading it at, trying to break this resistance, which is very obvious at PDC. A little better volume came in than the first time, but still not very impressive. But again, it carried pretty easily. And this time, when I got the 200, I just sold because the 200 plus the 200 was like, screw it. That's a good day. It's good enough. Good enough given that I really, really need to stop trading. I got to go walk my dog, and then I got to come back to my house and start knocking out a webinar. So this is my whole trading day. Pretty good setups. Simone's is a good one as well. It's a good trade. All right. That was a fun discussion, Simone. Thank you very much. Speaking of PDC, that's what the SPY is trying to deal with right now. It keeps banging its head up against it and failing lately. It's hit it around 20 minutes ago, then it did it again about 10 minutes ago, and then it just did it a couple minutes ago, and it's just having a hard time getting back in the green here. Qs are well below their previous day close. And otherwise, these charts really, they don't look very good. These are not good looking charts. In fact, the SPY chart for the day, if you pull up a 15-minute, looks atrocious. The Qs look atrocious. These are just, this whole day is screaming, come back tomorrow, if you ask me. Tesla is at resisting 435. It definitely did just there, yeah. Well, Sean, if all the days lately are any indication, you should just start shorting Tesla around, I don't know, 2 o'clock. Doesn't seem like you can go wrong. It has sold off hard on many days lately, yesterday included. The market went down, yeah, like a lot of things dropped, but I feel like it's after I get off the mic, Sean. I feel like it's closer to the last hour, like that the really precipitative drops happen. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. In any case, it's been doing a lot of selling in the afternoons. I don't remember the last day it said like let's have some fun and some bullish fun into the close. We got to figure out what happened to our trade yesterday, though. So we let it ride. I need a 1-minute chart of the SPY that goes into yesterday. We were short. Oh shit, did we hit target? So we got in at 6. Wait, this is today. This is yesterday. We took the trade at 120. And we would have been stopped at 693.39. That never happened. Oh, kids, did we hit the target? And our target was 6.9. We did. We did it, everybody. Now it didn't, I'm just going to give us a 690.39 close because I wasn't there to see it, but usually get filled right to the penny anyway. Yeah, this is great. This is exciting. Now, when did it happen? It happened around 690.39. Happened at 326. I'll just call it 326, 30 seconds. That's what I usually do. And, oh, look at that, kids. Look at that uptick right there. Congratulations. We hit the target yesterday. I'm so excited. We've only done that once before. This is great. Wunderbar. All right. God, there's got to be something better to watch than all this stuff. I saw ONDS is having another big day, but that's chilled out quite a bit. What are you folks looking at? Anything good? Anything fun to look at? MSTR is having a nice day. It's up 4.7%. Very strong chart today. Actually, that high a day on MSTR is kind of interesting because it's resisting yesterday's high. And it hit it once, pulled back, hit it again, pulled back. I wonder if the third attempt might be good. It's worth watching. It broke 170 a few minutes ago, so I assume it would have cleared out. I mean, I know it did. It cleared out all the orders at 170. And now it's only been below it for a few minutes, so they probably haven't built up quite as much. Yeah, there's only 2,100 orders at 170. That number will grow if it doesn't break it, for another 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes. That number should start to increase. There's a lot of orders at 171.50, which is actually, I don't know why there's a lot of orders there. That's interesting. Then 175, we talked about those $5 levels. A lot of orders at 180. Those are big moves, but I don't know why they like 171.50 so much. No idea. But this is not a bad looking potential thing to watch. We need a tweet to break this. Who's got the biggest X account here? It's probably Andrew. Although I don't think he's with us. If anybody is a big influencer, help us out. Go tweet something, affect the markets. That's something to be proud of, Mac. I don't like on X that people can have the last say and then they can block you. And then you're like, oh, what a jerk, and you want to reply, and then it's like you can't reply, and then it looks like they got the last word in. It's very annoying. Did Andrew hit his 10 million? Is it 10 million Canadian? How much is that American? Oh, that's not even close. 7.2 million. 7.3. Here goes MSTR. Not a bad move up here to the high. It's not convincing me this is like a really high probability chance to have this thing break higher. The volume, it's ticking up a little bit here. It looks like it's going to go for it, but I don't think I would take this. The problem with MSTR is that yesterday's high is a tough level, and this is not like a bullish day. It's not a bearish day. It's just a crap day. It's a very choppy day, and so you don't have the market to really help you out more than likely. And then you're fighting a very tough level. So this is one of those, like MSTR may break and go higher, but it may do it under conditions that you look back and you say, like, I don't know how I could have seen that necessarily. So let's just watch and see what it does. It's 170.62 still the high. It just got to 170.26. I think Andrew should take that 10 million and just put every single penny into SPY calls. Just go for it. If he wins big, he'd be a legend. If it blows up, he'll be a legend. And there's MSTR pulling back there. Probably a little bit of market influence here. The SPY's dropping, Qs are dropping. MSTR is probably more independent than some of the other stocks I tend to watch from the SPY or the Qs, but still, you get a big enough move, it starts to affect everything. Netflix, man, I haven't looked at Netflix in 100 years. Oh yeah, look at that. That's interesting, Simone. I don't like the previous day close and the pre-market high being basically right next to each other here near the high of day. And I don't like that the market's currently going down. And by that, I mean, just look at a 1 minute chart of the SPY and the Qs. Just the last 4 or 5 minutes, it's been dropping, very clearly dropping. It's this late in the day, you really got to watch what the tide is doing. And right now the tide is pushing against you. So I wouldn't touch Netflix here. Interesting climb, though. I mean, I'll give it. I'd almost be curious if there's any reason why it's moving so strong. It's only moved $1, but that's a pretty nice. That's a nice climb it's put on since 115. I don't know. We'll have to watch. I wouldn't take this, Simone, just because it has things against it that I don't like. But I can't deny there are curious looking aspects to this chart. So I'm going to watch it out of curiosity. Yeah, 5 minute chart is nothing but green candles. Yeah. There is a new high a day. Old one was 90.90. It just hit 90.97. There's a bunch of shares at 91. Why are there a bunch of shares at 91? Because it's a dollar level. $37,000 at 91, even more at 92. Let's see if we can break 91 here. And Tom's saying it's hitting resistance back to mid-December, so that's is it? I don't know if I see that exactly on the daily, but I don't know, I'm not sure. On the 60, okay. Yeah, I'm not looking at that. And those things do matter, but you can't look at everything, you know. But Tom's looking at time frames I don't look at, and he's saying, you know, that's something to think about. And it definitely is. This is why you want to take the very best entries in high day breaks. You want like obvious punches with obvious volume, because that obvious punch and obvious volume will push through a lot of stuff. It may fail because of what Tom is seeing. Like what Tom sees on the 60 may ultimately end up being the resistance. But if you get the right punch and the right volume, you push through anyway momentarily, you move your stop to break even, and you get to a risk-free trade. Then if Tom's analysis ends up being the one that prevails, and it ultimately does like fail because it is failing at 60-minute resistance, it's fine because you get out risk-free anyway. but that's why I love the punch and the volume. Like give me something to get above my entry, you know, something that for a moment will just ignore whatever, you know, daily resistance, 60-minute, some kind of whatever Camarilla level, what the hell, whatever the hell it could be. With enough volume and enough momentum, you can get through anything, at least for a bit. And when you get through it for a little bit, that's where you move your stop to break even. Put your prayer hands together and hope for the best. Oh, we got to do our second vote here. Do we want to let the trade ride or exit? So we are currently down $54. I'm looking for 30 votes here. I have to divide this number by 2 in my head, so I have to use a little math here. We're down about $60. $61, $62, $60. 60 down about $60 out of 100, by the way. Max loss is 100, so we're over halfway to max loss, or to our stop, I should say, to our loss. It's not a max loss, it's just the loss in this case. Got 17 votes, looking for a few more. Down close to $70 now out of 100. See, down 60 again. Down 65. Give me at least, I need 25 votes at least. I got 21. Down 65. Down about 62, 63, 61. Need another surge of voting. Down about 63. I kind of want the last 5 votes because it might matter. Down 65. 3 more votes. Michael just voted. Alejandro just voted. 1 more vote. You know what? It's not going to matter. It's not going to... no, okay, we got it. So let it ride is the answer. So we're going to let it ride. All right, we'll see how it goes. Need this SPY to bounce. Bounce, damn you, bounce. MKH, you think value is around 688.80? That's right about where we're at. Target is 691.49. NVIDIA is approaching low a day here. A bummer day for NVIDIA, huh? Did it have a bad day yesterday? No, it had kind of a nothing day yesterday, but it's down from recent highs up around 193. Part of me wants to see NVIDIA go down because I owned it recently and I sold it at 181 and then it basically started going up after that and I was feeling stupid. But I also know that if NVIDIA goes higher, the whole economy probably does better. So it's probably just best to root for NVIDIA at this point and put my pride off to the side. All right, folks, I got to get back to work here. I'm out of here. So you guys take it easy. Have a great day, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, BBT. Happy Thursday. Thursday? Yeah, it's Thursday. My goodness. At least I got it right. Caleb, I am well, since I went to Greece, I've become a espresso person. I used to be a pour over person, and now I'm an espresso person. And when I want to have just a little bit more to sip on than just a couple little shots, like right now, I was like, I'll just drink that too fast when I'm on the microphone. So I'll add like a little bit of water. So it's an Americano, but like not a real Americano. It's like I want more to drink. So, and earlier this week, I went through almost an entire bag of coffee in like 2 days. I think one day I used my espresso machine probably about 10 times, if not more. Luckily, I mostly drink decaf, like I'm a decaf person. But one day 2 days, I did have a regular espresso. But luckily, those 10 times the machine was used was basically decaf, or I don't know, would be dead right now. Or I wouldn't have slept. Probably would not have slept. But I do love my espresso machine. I've always loved making pour over coffee. There's like a fun, like, I don't know, it feels like artsy and like, I don't know, I've always enjoyed it. It's very meditative. And now I like get to do the art and meditation of making an espresso from scratch. So I do also love that. Grinding the beans, weighing the beans, all that good stuff. Yeah, it's not like a Breville where you have to like figure out the heat and everything yourself, but it is I have to put the grounds into I don't know what you call it, like the wand thing, and like use the little thingy and then tamper it, and yeah, it's a whole process, but yeah, I do enjoy it very much. Hello, Tom. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Okay, let me get a screen up because I'm just sitting here talking about espresso, and I know that you guys would probably rather talk about trading. That is why you're here, after all, is it not? I don't think you're here to just stare at my hair, although some of you might be. Who knows? And if you are, you're welcome. Those technical terms. What did I say? What was my technical term? Thingy, yeah. Very technical term. I'm making sure that one of my dogs doesn't eat my other dog's breakfast. So if you see me turn around, it's because I hear sounds and I don't know who's eating. You always look for bun or no bun. I have not worn a bun on my head in a very long time while on the microphone. For anybody that is looking for the bun, you have been here for a very long time. And God bless you for still listening to me on the microphone after all these years. Yeah, Tom, it is a huge supply zone. This is the SPY. This is the SPY. It's about 5 points wide. Let's look at it together. There we go. Okay. You stopped wearing buns a long time ago. Is it because I stopped wearing them and you're like, they're so out of style now? I just figured it was time that I actually got ready. Here's the thing. Just one quick tangent before I get into this. Part of the reason why I was always wearing a bun is because I worked in the food industry for 10 years, or like over a decade. And that's how I wore my hair that entire time. Because I can't be like cooking like this. Like you guys would have like 100 gray curls in your food. So it was just so natural for me to wear my hair like that. And I wore it like that for almost, like over a decade. So it felt really weird to wear my hair down. And then eventually I was just like, why am I like suffocating my scalp doing this every day? So I decided I would get ready for you guys. Maybe one day I'll surprise you with the bun. All right, so this is the this is the SPY. Now we talked about it a little bit yesterday, and like halfway through my mic time, the market started selling. So where we're sitting in the market right now, we have tried to break this previous all-time high area, this swing that occurred, which would be our break of structure. We have been trying to break that structure, hence break of structure, for the continuation play of this long trend. So the market on a bigger time frame, if we zoom out, is still trending. Nothing has broken within the market. And so that's good to know, because what it tells us is, the bulls technically still have a leg up here. We're just waiting to see if all these sellers that are putting pressure on us want to drop the market or not. So right here is where we're starting to struggle, because it's a previous swing that needs to get broken, and they're trying to break it right now. Now, with that, with the fact that they're trying to break it, one thing that's important to kind of just be aware of is the last time that it came up to this area, it did so on decreasing volume. And when it sold off from this area, or this high up here, it did so on increasing volume. When it came back up to this area again, it did it on decreasing volume. And as it sold off recently, it did it on increasing volume. Notice a pattern. There's more volume to the sell side when the sellers take control of the market. This is important to take note of, because while we're up here, even though we're in a bullish trend and the bears are in control from a bigger time frame, there is more selling occurring at the top side. So it's important to be aware of that. We need to clear these sellers for the market to be able to start expanding. And if we want to fine tune it and say, okay, well, where are the most recent sellers? The most recent sellers, if we look at a 4-hour chart, we can take note of them here. So when we came back up here previously, where the volume on the daily chart was low as we were climbing up, when we started to sell off, this is the first flush that occurs. And then we get like another little one, and we get another one here. So we get sellers stepping down, sellers stepping down. Then they come back up here and they start to sell off again. And yesterday, when I first got on the microphone, we were above this area, and I said, we're going to need to hold above supply for the market to be able to continue, right? And while we were watching it together on a 5-minute chart, this was the level on this chart. Don't you dare eat his food. This was the level on the chart that needed to break for the trend to move into bearish structure. So at the open, price came down. It retested the top of supply. It found some buyers, at least enough to kind of push it. Broke the high of day, which started to flip us into bullish structure for the day, for the intraday trade. So this is just yesterday. We're starting here. This is the last swing in the intraday trend to break something. So if we take this low, we move up, it doesn't break anything, it doesn't break through that, we pull back, this actually breaks us to new highs and breaks us through the previous swing high here. So if we want to flip to a bearish structure intraday, we're going to need to break this one. And you'll notice when price comes back down to this, they bought it up and then they came back to it. When I was chatting with you guys, we were just kind of chopping around here, and then eventually they lost that area. So we had a change of character. So going off of yesterday's information and the bigger time frame information, the structure of the recent chart that's happening right now is more bearish. And if we look at the relationship between yesterday and today and where value is sitting right now, there's a lot of value that's been created here today. So choppy, so freaking choppy. So for the market to actually expand and move higher, we're going to have to get through all of this value, which if suddenly a bunch of buying came in, we would start to move through here and maybe come back up. I can delete this now because this is yesterday's, but I left it on my chart just to remind you guys what we talked about yesterday here. So the structure is still bearish from yesterday. So it shifted and then it moved bearish. And so from a zoomed out approach and the relationship between today and yesterday, nothing has shifted yet. And there's too much value here, way too much. They're struggling to move past this area. And man, I feel so much empathy for option traders that are trading the market, because if you buy directional calls and puts and this is what you are stuck in, this is the idea of hell, especially if you've got 0 DTE positions. So I also feel for the equities traders if anybody has been stuck in here, but this is what we can utilize to say, all right, this is where the market's setting the most value, at least for right now. Dwayne, I've got you really digging into market structure. Awesome. It is the way. It is the way. The market moves on supply and demand and structural breaks. That's it, guys. That's it. Mic drop. I can leave now. No, I'm just kidding. But in all seriousness, like, indicators are they're great. They're built off of certain things that are market structure components, or they tell you like average prices or average volume and things like that. But the chart is what's going to tell you what the trend is, where the most participation is, right? So the trend, the most participation, where larger supply and demand is, and what needs to break for the other party to start taking control. If you can start viewing the market like that and understand we're in bearish structure, we've got too much value overhead, and we're sitting in a 4-hour area of supply, that information alone can help you understand, if I really want to take a 5-minute ORB to the long side, I need to manage my expectations, or I need to say, maybe today is not the day, or I need to get above this area for it to actually be able to expand. Understanding this just helps you know when to put the right positions on, and maybe when your strategy is A+. Like, even if I think about something like the Mountain Pass, right? The Mountain Pass is going to crush it when it's at supply. The Mountain Pass is going to crush it when value's sitting on top of it, right? So, I mean, it's important. Why are you saying crickets? Okay, what did you say before? Are you saying crickets because I didn't answer a question? Where my burr structure traders at? Bull and bear combined to form sloppy value. Boar? Is that like a misspelling, or did you actually mean to do that? Is it bull and bear in one? This is the boar? Is that what you're talking about? They form sloppy value. Yeah. Oh man. Anyways, okay. So I took one trade today. Finally, I actually had some time today to trade. This week has been absolutely insane. If you are part of PCT, I just want you to know how much we love you, and we love that this has started. But please give us any kind of slack the first week, because there's always so much going on, so many questions, so many slides we have to wrap up, all kinds of stuff. So it's been a whirlwind of a week. And then on top of that, I had a webinar and then a video I waited till the last minute to bake for Mike. So what a time to be alive. So anyways, that being said, I did have a chance to take a trade today. That food is stressing Celine out so bad. Dion, eat your food, for crying out loud. What am I saying? AMD. That's what I'm saying. Oh, she's still going. That's all right. Well, all we need is a piece of the pie. Okay, so let's do top-down analysis on this. I'm going to start with the daily chart here. Okie dokie. So AMD, been talking about this one for a long time. So if you have been in the room with me for the past, since, I don't know, mid-December, it's probably when I first started talking about this, you're probably like, oh my God, can AMD go somewhere else so she stops talking about this? That is the deal with higher time frame though. Like, oftentimes you revisit that area a lot. So AMD, daily supply. So we've got this base, this drop here, this steep drop, and all of this supply. Really wide, right? That's hard to trade. Like, if you're trying to trade this, like, anywhere within here, sellers could come in. So, that's like a, 20-point range. So that's where the lower-ish, higher time frames come into play. But what I noticed was when AMD sold off like this, and it bounced and started to come back, it got stuck under here for a while. And then it sold off again, and then it tried to come back, and then it failed to get back through there, set a little range, and then earlier this week, it decided to pop that range, but it ran right into 4-hour supply and then immediately sold off. So we got a false breakout. I actually thought when it did that run, I was like, oh, wow, we're actually going to get some buyers that might move through this. But I'm nowhere in my mind did I want to be long in this thing until we actually cleared all of this stuff. That's my style of trading. Not to say that you cannot be long in here. That's not to say that there weren't longs to be had. There were plenty of people taking long trades on this, making money, but not for me. So what I'm looking for is, are there still sellers here, right? And when we go down to a 4 hour, let's start here. We're going to 4 hour and then we'll go to 1. The big daily breakdown that occurred. So price on whatever day this was, Monday or Tuesday or whatever, it runs right into there and then they sell off super aggressively. Okay, there's aggressive sellers that are still up in the supply area. So all these buyers that are trying, they just get slammed. And then there is a base and then they get slammed again. And then yesterday, we were right at the lows of this. And you can see how there's a lot of value right here. So yesterday, when I looked at this, it wasn't something I wanted to trade because I need to get below that area first and show that sellers are actually stepping below that, because this is a place where demand, or at least buyers, were holding at some point, and they could hold it again and then like try again, right? So I need to be under them. I either need to be like somewhere in supply up here, or wait for new supply to set up under here. And yesterday we did. So yesterday on the 1 hour chart, you can see the drop that it had again. I mean, the sellers in here are just absolutely insane. So yesterday also dropped here. Now, if I'm a seller stepping in from all the way up here in 4 hour supply, the 4 hour demand that I had originally marked on this chart is down here. So if I go back to, oops, just based off of 4 hour. So if I go back to this, here is the 4 hour demand, some decent volume, they push up, and then there's this 4 hour supply. So if there's still too much selling here, they're going to come probably test this range. And if they fail to hold all of the like accumulation that was starting to occur in this range, then we're going to come back down to this 4 hour demand. I believe that that's going to happen. That's my theory. That's my thesis. And that's the way that I like to trade. So on the 1 hour, we had the flush yesterday below this range. So we false braked it. We did a false breakout of it. We sold, sold, sold. So what I was looking for today was selling to come in underneath this area. Now, the only reason I would still want to keep trying to sell this even after all these massive flushes is because we hadn't even made it down here yet. So there's still room to move. So if we take the lower end of this to where I've got this marked, that's still, you know, what is that, like 8 points or something like that, 10 points. So there's still room to move. So for the pivot traders out there, I believe up here we had like R3 this morning. Just throw this on here real quick. Yeah, so from a pivot standpoint, if you did take like an R3 short and you're like, wow, like, you know, these pivots really work. They do work. I'm going to tell you right now, they work even better when structure aligns with them. So if you don't even understand structure at all, but you like pivot trading, just know that like this was also a pivot setup, right? I mean, we're looking at from a pivot point perspective here, but I'm looking at it from a structure perspective. So I am just looking for sellers in this area. And one thing that I notice in my trades is that sometimes we don't always get to go to that area. These are marked off of higher time frames. In a perfect world, I would go up to hourly supply or 4 hour supply. But if I'm just taking it as an intraday trade, if it fails to get up there, utilizing value as another way to get into the trade is also possible. Now, on a higher time frame, higher value is sitting up here. So I'm already below that. So I've got a lot of things working in my favor to the short side. I've got daily supply up here. I've got the previous 4 hour supply, which then just triggered a waterfall effect. I've got a loss of this range and a flush of it yesterday. I've got value sitting up here. So if I'm going to trade this, I'm going to look for sellers in this 1 hour supply area, like somewhere underneath this value. And if they don't even make it up there, then we can use yesterday's value as a place of, are they able to hold it or do we lose it? Because we still have room to move. So if I go to and bring on yesterday, you'll notice that a bunch of value got set in this area. And this morning we kind of popped right to supply, but we moved really fast down. So as long as the sellers stay under value, then this is basically saying that the value that was set here, they are unable to move the price to a higher value. So now I'm going to look for them to continue their move and continue their progress all the way down to 4-hour demand. And that's what they did today. So I did take a trade. I didn't catch this whole thing, but when I did take it, I took it underneath this value area. I'm sorry, my dog is off her rocker right now. Celine, Lord have mercy. Oh my God. Hold on one second. She's come to apologize for her behavior in this lesson of technical analysis. She wants you to know that she really believes in chart structure and supply and demand, but she's very angry because today she doesn't get to take any trades. She missed all of her trades, so she's very upset, right? But you're a good girl and you're a good trader and you follow all of your rules. Yeah, okay. And now, sir, I'm gonna pick up your food so she doesn't eat it. And this is just, working from home is a great time. For those of you that have children, like actual human beings, God bless you, because my dogs they're enough. Yeah, she didn't do enough pre-market prep because when I went into the bedroom at 10:30 Eastern time, she was still sleeping. So there was no way for her to do her pre-market prep. Therefore, she didn't take any trades. Anyways, okay, back to this. So what do we got here? The trade. Let's talk through the trade. Oh, where did it go? There it is. So here's the trade on it, on DOS. And let me put it side by side actually with this. There you go. Okay, so I don't have value marked on here, but basically value is, oops, or not value, sorry, I mean supply. So let me get this so it's in line. There's the 212. There we go. All right, so 1 hour supply is up here, but sometimes price just likes to move. So we flushed lower on volume at the open, and that put us below this value area. When price tried to come back up towards value, it was getting wicked down. So there wasn't enough buying or there was just too much selling pressure, right? And on the order book, and as I was watching orders come through on the level 2, there were some buyers around 209.60 and 209.70, and they kept popping up on the bid, but they were unable to raise the price. When I see large orders come through on the bid on the level 2, I would look for those to actually start moving the price up. If they don't and they just get absorbed or the sellers use those to sell into the position, there's no point in being long. Then when we start to get some buying, the volume isn't very high. It's very on par on average with all of the sellers. We get a little bit of a pop here, but there's not a ton of follow through. I was already in the position, so I just left my stop where it was. And, you know, had this happened right before I got into my position, I probably would have waited to see sellers come in. And you can see once that happens, you know, there's like this little bit of consolidation that's been happening here. And then they fail to push higher and sellers come back in. So when we look at the volume on a bar by bar analysis down here, the selling volume outweighs all of the volume where the buyers took control, right? So the selling is much more aggressive. And once we start making a new leg, now we have structure on a smaller time frame intraday that's saying that the trend is a bearish structure today. So now there are things that actually need to break on the intraday to change everything. So not only do we have all of the bigger time frame stuff sitting up overhead, but now we've got a trend starting today that's saying that sellers are still in control today, and something would have to break for them to lose control on today's chart. So I took the trade here. It flushed down. It pulled back. There were some sellers that stepped in on the ask at 207.85. This is how much you should be paying attention when you trade. Like, you'll get to a point at some point where you're like, you just remember what you saw, right? So 207.85. What does that tell me when a seller comes in at 207.85? That tells me that they're really not caring about this whole dollar amount where I would normally look to see larger participants. And when the sellers came in at 207.85, they started printing on the ask. So sellers were, not on the ask, on the bid. So sellers were not even like waiting for their order to get filled. They were actually dropping it a couple of cents just to get filled. So sellers were coming in and they were lowering their offer. So I added into the position, and then this is when we first got somewhat close to that area, and I had meetings to start getting to this morning. So I just went ahead and fully exited my position. Actually, as soon as I hit all out, my computer crashed. And I was like, well, that's good. I just, when you exit 1 million shares of something, your computer can't handle it. So I was like, I gotta exit this 1 million shares. And then my computer was like, and then now it's time to take a nap, right? Yeah, exactly. I went that heavy. No, I don't know, but I was really happy that I was out of it when my computer crashed. Nothing worse than when the technology fails you. And then it bounced right here. So then we got the bounce, and then now it's back, and it's back in demand. So supply, demand, that is what moves the market. And of course, our lovely friend value. Where does the market find value in this stock? And that, my friends, is your nearly 30-minute explanation of the market and how to view a trade from a top-down perspective. And hopefully I haven't put anybody to sleep. And if I have, I hope you're having a good nap, because I do love me a nap. Okay. Let me get to some of these questions. I know there are some up a little bit higher on here. Before I scroll up though, while Gina's asking this question, my stop was above value. So I'm either going to use, there's a few different things that I will use as protection in a trade. Let me just get this lined up. So I have a stop loss webinar that you can check out. It's in the Education Center. But one thing you'll know about me is that I don't just pick like the last 1 minute high or like the last candle close or something like that. It's not the way that I trade. The way that I trade is from a structural and volume or value component. And what that means is in this trade in particular, when I got into this, and it's not exactly where we should be at, but just to kind of note, when I got into this, on this here would have been here, my stop was rather wide. So it was above value. So I had a really wide stop on this. And the reason why is because I'm using this chart for protection. So the 1 minute candle is not going to save me. There are things that will save me though. One is value. It's going to have to get through all of this before like buyers are like actually showing any sort of kind of strength, right? So if my stop's on the other side of here, I'm definitely protected. If I was to get in up here somewhere, my stop would go on the other side of supply. The only times I tighten my stop are when I actually see an order go through. So it's never based off of a candlestick. It's never like there was a new 1 minute high or a new 1 minute low or something like that. I guess sometimes it is that if I'm using market structure, but maybe I can give you an example of that at some point. For now, if I see, like for instance, my ad, so I'll go into a position with a wide stop And then once it starts moving, I will start to get a little bit tighter once I have more information of what's happening. So my first stop becomes really wide. And then once I start to add, I'm adding here not based on value, not based on supply, but now based on the intraday order flow. So there is a seller at 207.85. So when I add to this position, I'm going to put that add on, but if we close or lose that 207.85, if we start to get above that, I will take off that part of my position. I will take that part off and I will still consider leaving some of my position on for this value area. But this new entry becomes based off of the order flow versus based off of value, because that now I'm starting to get even further away from a protection area, and the ad itself isn't based off of value or supply, it's based off of order flow. So there's a few different ways that I use stops and stop losses. They do depend on where I'm at on the chart and what type of entry I'm putting on. But the main takeaway here is that I'm always using something to protect me. And by something, I mean a larger participant. And whether it's a larger participant that I see on the order flow right now, or it's a larger participant that's showing their hand from value, or it's a larger participant that's showing aggressiveness from a drop. And this would be the drop that occurred. This was the dropping location from yesterday. So I'm using these to protect me, not VWAP, not a moving average, not to say that that's wrong. I'm using the structure of the chart, and I'm using the bigger participants to protect me in my trades. And sometimes the risk to reward isn't there. Like sometimes I look at it and I'm like, wow, my stop would have to be way up here to even be protected. Like there's no way that I can put this trade on right now for it to even be worth my while. So because of that, I don't take a lot of trades. But I'm not here to like trade all day long. It's like that's the last thing I actually want to be doing. I got into this to have more freedom and actually do more stuff with my life. So I look for the A+ setup and I try to execute that and just look for, like 1 to 2% gain on my account per day, and I can be happy with that, right? So let me get back up to these questions here. That was a very long-winded answer about stops, but it's not as easy as like I took the last wick or something like that. So I wanted to make sure that I explained it. You're very welcome. And thank you, Dwayne, for sharing that webinar on stop losses. Okay, so let me scroll up. Caleb, awesome. You got the book. Yeah, so I did do a webinar on Tuesday about goal setting. And Caleb he ordered the book and got it. It's called The One Thing. That book really changed the way that I do my goals. Because for those of you that didn't attend the webinar, just like a quick note, it's very easy to go into a new year and try to do everything. Suddenly you want to be like the fittest you've ever been. You want to stop eating potato chips. You want to like master like your trade book. You want to make $1 million. You want to, I don't know, run a marathon. There's just like we're humans and we like to do a lot of stuff. At least I do. Maybe I'm just an overachiever. Anyways, I come running out the gates most of the time when I have like an epiphany about life and goals, and I go hard and I set too many things, and then they all just kind of like fail and fade away, right? Eventually motivation fades when you're unable to hit the things that you said that you wanted to hit. So if I've got 20 things I'm trying to track or 20 things I'm trying to do, there's a good chance I'm going to feel defeated when I'm only able to do like 5 of them or 1 of them, right? My brain's going to go, I set out to do all these things and I'm not doing it, and like I suck, right? So the best part about the book that Caleb shared, The One Thing, is that it really simplifies getting down into just what is the one single thing you can do this year, this month, this week, and today that will move the needle for you. One thing, one focus. And each week and each day you kind of change that. But rather than having a list that says today I'm going to do all of these 10 things, and this week I'm going to do all of this, and at the end of the year I'm going to like be all of these different things, set yourself up for success. It's a great book. Definitely highly, 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 highly recommend. It's one of the best books I read last year. So very, very good. Yeah, 0 goals, achieve them every time. See, Dwayne knows. You should write a book on that. I think that would actually be a big seller. Oh, man. Okay. Sarif, Jelly Roll is down like 300 pounds. He said something on Rogan that was pretty legit. You overestimate what can be done in 3 months, but underestimate what can be done in a year. Yeah, 1,000%. I don't know why the human brain works like that, but it really does. And it's amazing. Like once I got into like using a different methodology for goal setting, and I started revisiting them every week. I mean, I would set out to do stuff that was like, I thought, maybe in 4 months it would be something that I would complete. And I would complete it in like a month because I had simplified it so much that it made it just so easy for myself to actually get it done. So, yeah. Okay, scrolling back up here. MKH Russell, which indicator are you using for SMC? What's SMC? Is that Oh, it's for Smart Money Concepts. Why is that like the second or third time I've asked for that clarification? You guys and your lingo. Thank you, Dwayne. What indicator am I using for that as far as the value portion of this? Because that's the only indicator I'm really using when it comes to like smart money. So I know, I thought, Zephy, I thought maybe they left the I off. For the supply and demand, that's just me drawing it. I have a supply and demand class in the webinar. I'm just keeping Dwayne on his toes here in the education center. Dwayne just falls asleep at night with like a notepad next to him. That's just like all of the links to my webinars. And he's just like in his dreams, he's just firing them off. I mark the supply and demand zones manually. There are indicators in TradingView that will do it for you. And there are sometimes some of them do line up with my with what I've drawn. But I do mine manually. And then the value is obviously it's an indicator on the chart. But yeah, I'm drawing mine by myself. I do myself. But yes, there are some on here. Like if you've ever heard of Lux Algo has like it's like order breaker block or something. It's like a supply and demand one. There's a few different ones out there that you could check out. But I've got a trading buddy that really likes. It's called Begorgum. Bajorgum. What a name. Bajorgum key levels. You could try this if you're like I don't want to draw it myself. Yeah, BJ key levels is the one you use, Tom. Yeah, it does seem to it definitely, there are times where it aligns with mine. I wonder if it aligned with it today. So this is the indicator. And it shows up over here as good old BJ. Let's see if it lined up at all today. Well, that's the 5-minute chart, so there's going to be a million of them on there. It does every time frame. Well, look at that. There we go. So I had supply marked here. This indicator had supply up here as well. So yeah, it seems to. There's oftentimes it will align. It can be found in just TradingView is what this one is in. Yeah. Oh, Teddy's mentioning NVIDIA, and that also brings me to the second point. No, I kind of mentioned NVIDIA, didn't I, when I went over this? Oh no, I mentioned it earlier to somebody else, or to my group. So this was another part of my AMD decision-making process, which is not only is AMD below daily supply and 4-hour supply, but so was NVIDIA. So as you guys all know, I have no interest in taking NVIDIA to the long side. I've said that multiple days this week. I was looking for some sort of break, and now that we are starting to actually lose this range, I think that maybe tomorrow I might look for something. We'll see. I prefer to actually take the selling zone that came in, so there might not be a setup, but for those of you that were looking for shorts today, this would have been a good one as well. Pivot points wise, R3 was also up here. So we had the confluence of an indicator up here as well. And looks like it's ran to lower value, so that's nice. Okay, let me go back up here. You guys are talking about AMD. Oh, by the way, on AMD, one other thing I'm sure some of you have already seen this, but if the semis do start selling, so if NVIDIA does start selling, if AMD does keep selling, I am interested in this move back towards value on the daily chart. So starting to look for possibly this gap to get filled if these sellers are strong enough. Right now, these buyers are like, please no, please no, please no. Right? If we start to flush and move through here, it can move really quickly. So it seems like someone is trying to like hold this here. And we'll just see what happens. Okay, let's see. Suri, if you're interested in my take on Seagate, STX, it threw a huge volume on the 19th with a very tight price, VPA anomaly, and now it's back to support on the daily with huge price swings. I'm concerned it might be going back to 253-ish versus picking up some support here at 279. Your concern makes me think that you are in this as a swing trade, or you would not care. So let's hope that we analyze this in a way that makes Suri feel better about life. Okay, so you're not in yet. Okay, good. Because this, you're right, is something that is important to take note of on this daily chart. So there was a huge volume day, and price didn't expand either direction, right? So this doesn't tell us necessarily that sellers took control or buyers took control. It just gives us information that like someone tried to do something with a lot of volume and we got absorbed. While we got absorbed, we actually set a little bit of selling pressure. So the fact that this closed as a red day with selling pressure does tell me that the sellers were slightly stronger. So not completely stronger, but just slightly stronger, right? And so I would keep this kind of like on watch here as a place where if price doesn't hold above what appears to be potentially a seller, then we might be in trouble. Let me show you where we can see that and I'll continue the analysis on this, but I saw it yesterday on PLTR. Which, by the way, PLTR, for those of you that are like, I don't want to learn supply and demand. I don't really care what she's talking about. I really want you to just take note of something. Yesterday, price moved through this supply area, so we should hold on top of it and we should keep pushing. It moved through it and moved right next to the previous supply drop here. That was this nice range where there was a lot of sellers. And today, up in that area, they could not push through it, brought it back down here. This is where they should start retesting, flipping it to demand, and failed to do so, and then flushed right back through it. So PLTR is definitely showing quite a bit of weakness, and not only that, but on the weekly chart, this stock is also showing a decent amount of weakness. So here's the weekly chart. I really don't have a lot of long interest in PLTR at the moment, and the reason why is because this, even though the structure of the chart is more bullish right now, nothing is really broken on this. We are in a bit of a range, and from the top side of the range, there's more selling pressure. Notice the volume here when we are selling, and it just tells me that as this range is forming, we have a lot of sellers that we still need to get through. So, and there's room to move it back to the lows. So, anyways, as just my nutshell was that it pushed up through to another area of supply, and today it was like, this is where we're selling from. Now, on that note, yesterday, one thing I noticed with this, before it started selling off, I think it was on the 1 minute chart, just to go off of kind of what you're bringing up about yesterday, or sorry, what you're bringing about STX, or whatever we were just looking at. Right here, there is a lot of volume, and price doesn't really do anything, right? So it tells us something, though. It tells us that here somebody threw a lot of orders, right? And while we're above that, we could look for that to be someone that threw a lot of orders and actually ended up buying, and they're looking to go higher. That works, right? But we can also look at that as this is a place that if we get below that, That's stopping volume and somebody unloading a position, and then the rest of this is just trickle. The rest of this is trickle. It takes a while to turn price action, especially when it's this strong and this bullish. Oftentimes you will get that sort of kind of like stopping volume. I might be drawing on the wrong location. I'm so zoomed out I can't see. Oh no, I'm in the right place. Oftentimes you'll get kind of that volume, and then price will just take a while before it starts to turn around. Now, yesterday we did get a catalyst that I think helped this. But so with that in mind, and just looking at how this chart looks, let's go back to ST. I think it was X. Was it X? Am I right on this without having to scroll up? Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. So with that in mind, here we've got a lot of volume that they threw, and then price moved through, and you would think, okay, good. We've got buyers that are stepping through this. But the fact that we're back underneath here tells me a different story. And this could have done what PLTR did, where it came up and then took a while to turn around. This is the fact that this is getting back below this would be something that I would look for to just wait. So I like that you're not in it yet. You're looking for a long. If I was going to be looking for a long in this, I would want to get back above this volume that got thrown, or I would need something structural on the chart. So I would say these two areas probably make the most sense to me when I look at this. I mean, this. Because it did break through that. So what I'm looking at here is this would be our and this would be what I would mark as the change of character on the daily chart. And then you've got this high volume event. That's what I would mark on this from just a daily perspective without dialing it down too much. So maybe if at these lows right here where it's running into, if they can find some buying, it could help get them out of here. I would need to start to actually see buyers come into this though, because anybody that bought on this day that it broke, the volume's not super high, and they were also unable to hold. So we need some bigger buyers to kind of get this going. I would have a hard time getting into like a swing trade on it at the moment, but maybe eventually it'll throw a little bit of volume, and it'll start to be at a level or above a level to put on a position. But don't let me stop you if it's something that you're interested in, because like I said, everybody trades differently, and I miss stuff all the time because I'm very picky with my analysis. But yeah, that's what I would be looking at on it. Okay, let's see. Chip, you got the 5-minute ORB on AMD. Nice. Let's see. You got in for the 5-minute ORB at the break of the range, but got stopped out on the pullback before it made the move. Did you have a hard stop, and what was it? Oh, I already answered the stop question, so hopefully you got that. And yes, it was a hard stop above value. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know that sometimes especially for people that are new, my analysis sometimes can be like just a little bit heady, right? Like if I would have logged into this chat room when I first started trading, I would have been so like, what is happening? So just know, and I know I say this a lot, but just so that you guys understand, like if you're here and you're new and you don't quite understand what I'm saying, please just continue to log into my sessions. At some point, things will start to click. You'll be able to read the charts in a different way than ever before, I think. And I'm not saying that as in like trying to toot my horn. I'm saying it as in like someone who had no idea how to read a chart. And once I started to figure out how to actually read a bigger time frame, it helped me with my intraday trades. So if you can start to read and understand these bigger time frames and know who's in control and kind of what's happening, it can help you with your 5-minute ORBs. It can help you with your double bottoms on the intraday, your S3 plays, your mountain passes, and all of that stuff. So stick with me. I have one member in my group coaching. I don't know if he's in here, but that he wrote like a Happy New Year note that really made my day. And he said that like he was basically at a place in his trading. I don't know if he was going to like give up, but he was just like, he had been like, I can't do this. And he had never signed into the BBT chat room in the afternoon. And he said one day he was just like, whatever. And so he signed in, and suddenly things started to click for him. And I just want you to know that like at some point things will start to click. So just keep listening and keep showing up. So I'm here. I'm here to answer any questions, and they can be simple questions too. If you're just like, I took a 1-minute ORB today and I just would really love you to look at it, I'm more than happy to do that, right? Dip, it's amazing. You're a new trader and it's not complicated at all if you just watch 5 of Megan's webinars. Thank you. I appreciate that. That really means a lot to me. I try to make it as easy as possible because I hate complex things. And the one thing that I really like to do is simplify, make it simple, right? Be the cliff notes to your ever so thick textbooks. So that's that. I don't use footprint charts in my trading, but I can see how they would be valuable, and they would actually be similar to what I am looking for on my trading or my level 2. I think they could actually help me out a lot, in all honesty, to where I wouldn't have to stare at the screen so much. One thing that they would show is those large orders that I'm seeing come through, right? So I think that they have value. There's different ways to view order flow. There's, you can look at your level 2 on DOS. You can look at Bookmap or Atlas. You can look at footprint charts. They're all telling you kind of the same thing. It's just a matter of like, how do you read, or like what language do you read, right? Like if you read the language of watching orders flash through on a level 2 better than you read the language of looking at Atlas, great. If you read Atlas better because you're a more visual person rather than watching orders flash through, great. If you read footprint charts, it's actually visual and number based, then great. They're all telling you the same thing. But yeah, no, I don't use footprint charts. Could be cool though. Could be something fun to play around with. Martin, you're very welcome. I am happy to be here. I love teaching and I love hanging out with you guys and answering questions and helping you look at charts and read the market. It really just brings a lot of joy to my day. Even if I'm tired. Like yesterday, I apologize if I was not on my A game. I was so tired yesterday. I was a tired old lady. But we're back, baby. We're back. All right, we've got about 3 more minutes here. Does anybody have any other questions? Anything you want me to look at? You might have said something at some point further up, but I'm going to take a break from scrolling. So if you have any other questions, let me know. Oh my goodness. You're very welcome, Al. Thank you. I appreciate you guys being here. You're looking at AVGO, Brian. Someone else brought up AVGO in the Telegram group for PCT today, and I haven't had a chance to look at it. But I've got stuff marked. It's from a while ago, but all right. So failed to push higher, came back into the range. This is now very much in a range, so I would just keep an eye on the lower end of this range. I've got some daily demand marked here, and it's just been kind of chopping around in it, but it doesn't look like they've really got a lot of buyers stepping in. So previously, this pushed up very aggressively, and it did end up breaking out and then failed to hold. They ended up having some sort of news. I can't remember what it was because I do remember shorting under here this day. Anyway, so we got a lot of volume. Price didn't really expand, and it's just been chopping around in this daily demand zone, which if we start to break it, this will just become trapped buyers that got suckered into coming in right here, right? So unfortunate. The value within this range is right here, and they're having a hard time getting above this. They tried, but there's no volume pushing them up above it. So they're going to need some volume to like start expanding away from this value area. And if they don't want to go higher, then they got to go lower. There is a gap to fill down here. Let's look at the 4-hour chart and see where our like 4-hour buyers are. They're really nothing. Like very small movements on this 4-hour chart. Like notice the 4-hour supply drops, and then we come down into daily demand. I would expect to see some movement off of daily demand. But what I'm actually seeing is like kind of just these small moves that are very small in comparison to these. And then we start to get sellers again that are large sellers. It doesn't look very bullish to me. That's what I am saying. From the perspective of a daily chart, there is a range level that needs to break for them to actually start pushing lower. But unless we get some stronger buyers coming in down here, then they could very easily break through the lower end of this range. Dwayne. At first I read that as like Megan Buffet, and I was like, yeah, like I like to eat, Dwayne, like come on, like I don't know why you got to call me out, but but yes, Megan Buffett, definitely. Oh my goodness. Okay, on that note, I'm going to wrap it up today. Enjoy the rest of your day, everybody. Thank you for joining my 1-hour session. I'm always here at 2 p.m. Eastern. For those of you that are new, please jump in, ask questions. I don't bite, I promise. Unless you are a piece of bread, then I will definitely bite. If you need me outside of the chat room, you can reach me at my email address. I'm always happy to answer questions. You can hit me up anytime. And with that, without further ado, enjoy your Friday evening. Tomorrow is Friday, so we are almost to the weekend. You have survived almost another week. So I will see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Have a good rest of your day. Bye.
Afternoon, traders. Hello. Oh, whoops. That's not what I meant to do. David, Simone, Tom, Sopros. Welcome. How you guys doing hanging out there? Another good trading morning for those who caught it. Oh my goodness. Apparently I have decided to start 2026 by being very tentative. I did not catch the drop on NVIDIA, which is the thing I was watching. And yeah, just ended up having to watch all day. Tesla was interesting, but not tradable for me, unfortunately. Couple of you, based on how you're talking here, you might have taken that bounce off of VWAP. If you did, well done. Harvey, yeah, it's always better when you get to click the green box on the poll, isn't it? Much, much better. Yeah, APLD. Yeah, it was actually a little bit better than I had anticipated. Certainly a good move up on the open. Got very difficult to trade after that. I stopped watching it around 11 o'clock when it just, I mean, where's the, let's bring up a chart here. APLD. When, I mean, I don't know. This is not beyond my trading. Rare that you see it's really clear. Look at this very clear oscillation, right, within a range. And even to the point where around 11:30, it looks like it was narrowing towards a breakout, where it just got tighter and tighter. The oscillations actually got smaller. That usually means it's going to break one way or the other. In this case, it actually broke higher, but not significantly before dropping. So nothing I could do with that stock, but very interesting movement there. Very unusual, especially for a stock that's like this. I mean, if it was a super low float, you see that more often. You don't often see it on a stock with this type of float and this size. I mean, APLD is a real company with presence in the marketplace. Unlike some of the ones you see that move like that are really just shell companies or very small, low float companies, whatever they are, whether they're a biotech or a tech or whatever they might be. So, yeah, I found that fascinating. So, Harvey, I'm glad you got a trade. I assume you traded long off the open, got that initial move. I mean, you could theoretically still be long all day on this. Well, I guess not. I guess it's come back now to the open price. So, not as, but still. Dip, I would, well, I mean, we can agree to disagree. It's unusual the size, I think, of that movement, how structured it was. Things do move like that, but not normally. I don't anyways. If you've got others that you do see that go like that, then wonderful. But yeah, I don't normally see them move like that. Harvey, there you go. Yeah, so you got that trade off the open. Oh, well, look at that. Partialed up. It looks like you got out around 35. That was your target, I assume? All out unless, hey, sometimes the trades don't have to be long, do they? Right? They just have to sort of give you the move you're looking for, especially if you know what you're going after and it just hits your goal. That's great. But yeah, so some of the trades were harder. Like Nvidia was like I mentioned was the one that I was watching, and it's the drop. It seems in hindsight, of course, the drop off the open was great, but you had to be in pretty early to take advantage of that. And my challenge was that it wasn't really an A-class setup. I was watching it, and when it pushed back up through VWAP, I mean, how many times have we seen Nvidia go back through VWAP and the previous day close? Actually, I should say in the other order, right? Because it went through the previous day close first and then the VWAP, but and then just take off. So I saw it, and I didn't actually trust it for the drop. And I mean, in hindsight, it was an obvious trade, but I was literally looking at it short at 189 up here. And it would have been a great move, but it wasn't an A+ setup. Not by the way I measure it. So that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, right? The best moves don't always happen on your best setups. So and other than that, I mean, we had a little more chop going on Tesla, like I mentioned. It was interesting, not tradable for me. PLTR was another one people like to watch. Good, slow, low and slow, right? PLTR just, in fact, it's only in the last couple of minutes that it finally looks like maybe it's hit a bottom for today and it's bounced. But there's another one that's lost a lot of amplitude. And I saw people were looking at SanDisk. SanDisk, that's like a $40 move today. Let's pull that one up just because it's such a, I mean, it's a higher price stock, but still, look at this drop. I mean, that is pretty significant. So even from previous day close to the low, that's $40. That's amazing. It's come back a little bit now to be only down about 6%, but at the peak it was down almost twice that. Almost closer to 10-11%, but Teddy, that feels like it's a little close, but you're only a couple of pennies away here. I'm not even sure what do you mean by take out? You have to be a little more specific so I know what I'm asking the Magic 8 Ball. We're only, being only a couple of pennies away from it. It feels like that's a risky question. Well, I've got the Magic 8 Ball if we want to ask. It's always ready. All right, well, we can watch NVIDIA here as it makes an attempt. Let's keep an eye on it. Put it over here. Ooh. Wow, somebody's holding it, eh? In the short term here. Someone's selling into the 185 level. I don't think they're going to hold for long. Looks like this thing is going to pop above it, but somebody's putting just enough volume in to hold it here. 4:15. That's an odd time. There you go. There's a 185. Oh, look at that. Couldn't even get through that number. All right, Gary, I can ask it. Magic 8 Ball. Gary wants to know, will the SPY reach a price of $690 between now and 4:15 p.m., which is 15 minutes after the market close, or just under an hour from now? And the answer is Don't count on it. Well, that's interesting. I thought that would be a yes. It looks pretty close. Let me ask you again, Magic 8 Ball. To be clear, the SPY, the ETF SPY, we want to know, will it go over a price of $690 anytime between now and 4:15 p.m.? Wow. Outlook not so good. Okay. The Magic 8 Ball has answered consistently. It was not emphatic, but it was persistent in its answer. So, we will write that one down. Oops. It won't take much of a move to disprove it, but the Magic 8 Ball has spoken. So, oh, Magic 8 Ball, thank you for sharing your wisdom with us. Teddy, the Magic 8 Ball said don't count on it. The SPY going over 690, and the SPY at the time was sitting at 689.35 or 30. It is now at 689.14, so it's very close. So we will see. God, so much spam email. It's so hard to keep up. Well, people are always trying to scam you. You'd think there's diminishing returns on that, but I guess they make enough money to make it worth trying to scam people all the time. It's too bad. It's too bad for everyone. All right. I'm anxious now for the SPY. It seems so close. SPY is dropping from here. Woof. Guess the magic 8 ball shouldn't be doubted. Don't doubt the magic 8 ball, eh? I mean, there's still lots of time. Still have almost an hour before Gary's time. Interesting that, Gary, do you normally trade after hours as well as during the market day? Options contracts. I see. Okay. You're trying to build a system. Okay, well, you got to start somewhere, right? Oh man, Nvidia is really hitting its head here on 185. This is quite impressive to watch. Is it? It's been a while since I've seen something get held so adamantly. Come on, Nvidia. Is this the time? You're a penny away. There you go. There you go, NVIDIA. It's about time. Yeah, it was. It wasn't holding there for that long, and with the volume being as flat as it was, not surprised Nvidia didn't break that much farther. But it's fair. I would expect a little bit more, but not much. At least 20, 30, 20, 25 cents feels reasonable. Come on, NVIDIA. All right. Quiet, quiet, quiet. I hear my wife is home. Close the door so I don't bother her. It's starting to get dark already. It's been very overcast here. Warmer day today, but overcast. No sun at all. Okay, now NVIDIA looks like it might want to get back into action here, show a little movement. And the SPY has made a recovery. Look at that. It's gone green. It's not quite at 690 yet, but it's pretty close. IB app, it's only, I see 2 hour bars. Really? I don't usually use the app on my phone. I try and stay off of it, frankly. It's not my favorite. Even when I'm remote, I'll just use it from the computer. All right. NVIDIA looked like it was ready to move, and it didn't really. Didn't go anywhere yet. I gotta get rid of this big chart. It's harder to see. I can't see my other tickers. Wow. Tesla. So boring. Well, I hope whatever you guys are doing, you're taking it slow. It is only the first week of trading here, which means we have lots of time to go. Lots of days and weeks and years left in this trade, so not a lot to worry about. No idea. No idea if we see a continuation rally tomorrow. We'll find out tomorrow. Probably not the satisfying answer you were looking for, but I don't know. The Santa rally. I mean, it really wasn't much of a Santa rally, right? We were pretty flat, so no Santa rally this year. Santa's. I think was it Jared that said Santa got run over by a reindeer? He put that song in my head the other day. I never got a chance to thank him for that. Thanks, buddy. I trust you guys all know. Grandma got run over by a reindeer. Walking home from my house Christmas Eve. Yes, walking home from the markets. You may say there's no such thing as Santa, but as for me and Grandpa, we believe. Is this really, Harvey? You know what? There's a stat for everything. So, sure. I mean, I believe you. Makes sense that this could have happened. Does it really matter? I know it's blasphemy to suggest this, but 3 years. Seems like a random number. It's not 1 year. It's not 5 years. I like watching, you know, like when you watch sports and they have all these, they have so many stats. I always find it amazing how they've got these stats that, you know, you're like, is that really relevant? And anyways, you just go with it, I guess. Maduro killed Santa. I think that happened well after Christmas. Well after the Christmas rally, anyways. Or after most of the Christmas rally is supposed to have happened. Yeah, they do, Teddy. They do seem exhausted. Or at least there's no incentive to push higher. But it's not shouldn't be a surprise, right? On a day when Nvidia's down as much as it is, and just look at the price action, right? The heavy drop off the open, and then sort of the, you know, the waves down gradually. You know, you can't expect too much enthusiasm at this point, especially with just 19 minutes left in the day. Well. And by the way, I missed, it actually went through by 5 cents. So I've got to say, the Magic 8 Ball was incorrect. We'll have to call that a failure because it didn't go through a price of 460. Didn't hold there for very long, but it did go over. So, or 690, I mean. I said, what did I just say? Anyways, 690. David H. Oh, well, let's go back. Wow. You are correct. David, we've got a loophole. We've got a technicality here so far. Well, we didn't say close. We didn't say close of the day. We just said we'll close over 690 but by 415, which means even the close of a candle I think would count. And you're right. While the price was over that, no single candle closed over 690. So, okay. Yeah. I like it. All right. So we've got a condition here that we can work with. I mean, obviously, there's still half an hour to go before his the timer runs out on this. But we can't necessarily declare the Magic 8 Ball wrong yet. We have to remember it knows. It's like an oracle. If you ever read any they love them in fantasy books. I like to read a lot of fantasy where they always have prophecies, and you can never interpret a prophecy until it's completed. We've had a few of those in our world, right? People that have created prophecies that you don't understand the prophecy until after it's sort of come true. They're always usually vague and like ethereal somehow. So exactly, David. You got to be very careful about the question you ask. You'll get the right answer. You may not have even understood your own question. So. Gotta move my mat back here. Shoes. That's true. It's always true based on what time frame, right? If you have a 15-second chart, then it probably did. I'm going to have to go with the minimum chart that I've got since I asked the question. The minimum chart I have access to is a 1-minute chart. So, of course, it all may be moot in a couple of minutes if the price goes back up and closes over definitively. So we'll see what happens. Jared. Short. Let's see. What is SNDK doing right now? It's not a bad short. Look at the volume that came in at that price. It's not typically where I would take a short myself, but I got to be more open-minded as my typical trades are fewer and farther between. See this volume. Look at this volume up into that price. Spinning top, doji. Good good opportunity. Called it out after the fact, though. Didn't share with us. Yeah. Super easy to find a trade and then tell us after. MLTX, I don't know if anybody was watching that. It did not achieve anywhere near the glory it had pre-market. Dropped heavy off the open. It's been in a tighter range. How many times we see this so often, right? On these biotechs. I actually put it on my list thinking I'll give biotechs a chance. Let's see if it can make the move. And here, ML, what is it? TX. And it's got this move. This move looks big only because it was consolidating so much. Let's back the chart up, and you can see how small that move was. Look at that big drop off the open. Let's look at a 2-minute chart just so we can see more. Big drop off the open and a pretty tight range, right? So, yeah, if you're going to play something with this level of risk, you want to see a big, nice moves. You want to get paid for the risk that you're taking. MLTX did not pay for that risk. So, at least in my opinion, it did not. All right, we got SNDK still hanging out here. NVIDIA can be, Teddy. I mean, will it be today? Well, I don't know. We'll have to see what it does as it leads into it. We're about a minute and a half away from that decision point, so it's possible. It's setting up okay. I usually like it when things move like this. I'm a little concerned over this 185 price that it had some limitation at. So right now, if I was to play my hypothesis on NVIDIA would be a pop higher to the VWAP, which is about 185.45, and then a drop lower. That's what it feels like. So there's my alarm for the 1 to 10. So we're in this minute decision spot. I don't like Microsoft because of the VWAP. Apple's at high of day. That makes it a little tougher. God, Apple just keeps doing its own thing. It's remarkably independent. Tesla's well, not quite at high of day, but it's getting close.
What's up,
It's almost
Peter?
been a little too choppy. Yeah, of the things I normally watch, and boy, AMD once again, AMD sort of came back for a little bit of time and maybe gave us an opportunity, and then disappeared. Oh no, is Brian talking? I forgot to turn the sound volume.
Am I talking? Am I saying something? Look at Tesla's going into the close here.
Sorry about that. I don't know how long you've been talking. I had the sound off. Okay, here we go. 1 to 10 right now. Let's see what we get. We're getting a move in the wrong direction on NVIDIA. It's dropping, unfortunately. Let's see what else we get.
Tesla's
Tesla.
dropping. It could pop back up.
Yeah, Tesla's good. I like the drop on Tesla. That was the direction I would hope it goes, so you could get maybe a reversal long on it. Come on, let's see. It's got a little bit further. Apple, not unexpectedly. Apple hasn't been a good participant in the 1 to 10 recently. Microsoft, still, it's not in a good spot here at the VWAP. SNDK, you're scared of the last 10 minutes. Good drop, though, in SNDK. Just got a drop through 332. All right, I don't.
All right. Well, I got a long on Apple, or at Tesla, I should say. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I've been misspeaking all day. saying calls when I mean puts, and
The mouth doesn't work. Oh, man.
saying QQQ when I mean spy. Got a short circuit, I think.
You gotta do some rewiring in there.
I think I need something.
Well, you know.
It's not good because I just fixed my gas oven, so hopefully I didn't mess that up.
All right. Well, if you stop answering us, we'll call the authorities. Have you got a carbon monoxide monitor in the house? I hope so, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, good. All right. I did not take a 1 to 10. Tesla did look good. It doesn't look good now, obviously, but it did actually look good for a little bit of a bounce back. But that was about it. I didn't like anything else. And so I've got no. Once again, this year has not given me a single 1 to 10 trade. Again,
Wow.
You're still young.
The year's still young. You can always say that. Holy cow.
You think,
Had a
Teddy,
really good
maybe?
day.
Nah,
I've had a great day with these penny stocks that I've traded. This hydrographene stock is up like 15%.
Okay. Matthew, are you new with us? It's a trade that specifically happens at 10 minutes to the close. You can often see that you get an increase in volume and an increase in volatility, just how much the stock moves right at 10 minutes to the close. We didn't see that much of it today. Tesla is maybe the best example. Just look how big the candle is at 3:50 p.m. compared to the other candles, and see how the volume did ramp up a little bit higher. Sometimes it's more stark. Like if you look at Microsoft. Look at the volume on Microsoft. See, it's like twice the volume of any surrounding candles. Now, it didn't quite get the move that I was looking for, but you can often see what you're looking for is that combination of volume and movement that you can sort of trade against. And usually what I do is I look for a pop in one direction that's sort of very violent, right? Big movement, big volume, and then you take a reversal on it. So Dwayne give you the link so that you can see it. So it's a 1 minute candle, exactly. And then that's what I'm looking for. So I usually, in the minute before, I can quickly assess the stocks and see which one's been moving, which isn't, which is at a technical level, which maybe has the opportunity. So Brian, your Tesla trade is working now?
Yeah, he's doing well.
Popped up here a little bit.
I'm long. I took some long on calls. I'm actually thinking of swinging them.
Okay. Why not? And thank you for the reminder. I've got to close down the poll here. We'll get that done. Thank you again. The survey. What is today? It is the
Survey says
45%. Pretty consistent now. You guys, wow. Fewer people just watching, though. Very low percentage just watching. 8%. Normally we're in the 12% range. Recently it's been higher, but to be only 8% right now, that's pretty low.
I'm going to sell some of these calls here in Tesla. I got the move that initially moved that I wanted.
Huh.
I personally do. I don't know if other mods vote, but I do. Peter, do you vote in your own poll?
No, I don't get to because I'm running the poll. I don't get the
that's true.
opportunity to vote. No.
I think, Doug, you got unsubscribed because I do send out one on the weekend. You can go to the Bearable Trading website, and I believe it's under the Education tab to sign up.
Hey, officially today, by the way, everybody, this is my 1,000th recorded poll. I've now officially done the poll 1,000 times today. So
this is cool. This is a monumental occasion.
A historic day.
The historic day in Bearable Trading.
Yeah. So I think with 1,000 polls, we can say with a degree of certainty that you fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 1,000 times.
Yeah.
I think it's hard for people to fake the answers over that many years. We've been doing this poll since for almost 9 years now, 8.5 years. Oh no, I lied. 2021 is when I started. I started trading in 2017. When I started the poll in 2021, so 5 years. Yeah, we've got 1,000 iterations. So.
Yeah, so if you go to the Bearable Trading website, go to towards the bottom of the Education tab, and there's a place to sign up for my weekend newsletter if you want to receive it. And if you sign up and you've been bumped off and you're having trouble getting back on, just get a hold of me, because sometimes we have to tweak something behind the scenes. And don't ask me what that is. Because I am not the tweaker. I don't do the tweaking. Amazon's having a strong close today.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a news article. They're moving all these planes into the UK.
Okay.
To where's the next place that you could do a poll? Where is the next place that the US is going to take over, invade? Iran, Greenland.
Well, yeah. What's been suggested so far? Colombia.
Well, I know they've moved all this stuff to the UK,
Oh, I see.
like eight big C-130 planes, some gunships with howitzers on them
Okay.
in Nigeria. It's a weird world that we live in. You live in interesting times, isn't that what they say?
Yeah. That's the old the Chinese proverb or curse, depending how you look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Amazon's really breaking out here on a daily.
We got a bounce going on here on Tesla, and it's just jumping up and down here. We're about 15 seconds away from the close. So get ready.
Nvidia, wow. Amazon is rocking it.
And there's the bell. So, well, look at that. I have ended this day with no trades. My first no trade day
That's amazing.
of the year.
That's amazing.
Well, you know, it happens. It happens. All right. For anybody that's in P Capital Bootcamp, I do have our team meeting. So if you're in Group C with me, we do have our group meeting at 4:30 today. That'll be in 30 minutes. You got to go to pcapitaltrading.com, go into the members area there. You'll see the meeting invite. Go to the Google meeting room, and I will meet you there in 30 minutes. If you're
The
not,
googly.
Googly. If you're not, well, you know, enjoy your evening. Don't forget, we do have the mentorship session happening this evening at 8 o'clock with Thor. As far as I know, he's still doing that. I know he's on the road. He's in Newark when we last saw him at the airport, but I believe he's still active. And what's this? I see Brian's face here.
There you go. There's the place where you'll sign up for the newsletter if you want to check it out.
Thank you, Dwayne, as always.
Interesting.
And you know, Brian, you open a window. I don't want you. I don't want you passing out from natural gas or losing your faculties.
No, we don't want that.
So
Yeah, we want to be up and bright and eyed and bushy-tailed for our Friday.
yeah, it would be a horrible, horrible irony if the red Bearable Traders sign would spark when you have natural gas in the house, and
That's true.
it's a horrible disaster.
The horror would be horrific.
Let's make sure that doesn't happen.
Yes. Okay. Well, let's see. It was a very good day for me,
Good.
but didn't sell anything, but in my swing trades. But
Hmm.
we got some nice moves today. Wow. Okay.
Why sell them if they're doing well? So,
Yeah.
all right.
Let them run, baby.
yeah.
Okay.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
And for those that weren't here yesterday, I found this awesome, like, in this New Year's wrap telling you to, you know, basically, I said it's if you didn't see Megan's webinar, this is basically